Hi, everybody. TGIF. It is Friday. How is everybody doing? I appreciate you all for being here today. I decided instead of just doing a reaction to Foodie's mental health appointment, her therapy, her one and done waste of time, really, for the therapist, I should say, and any staff members that have to process anything regarding to her therapy. Yeah, hey, hi everyone. I think we should delve into this. I got a whole list of things that I wanted to cover today because I think it's very easy to kind of skip over exactly what happened. And she actually used some very important language in this video that we're going to take a look at today. And I don't know with YouTube's terms of service if it's appropriate for her to say this and still then continue with mukbang content. So that's something I think we should look at a little bit more. So anyway, I'm gonna say who I am, and then I'm gonna say hi to everybody, and then I'm gonna kind of get through what is an agenda for this Friday because I'm a planner, and I want to make sure that we cover a number of different topics today and not forget some of the important things that she still continues to do that I think we as a community can continue to look at. Sorry about that. If you do love, make sure you hit the likes and all that good stuff so we can send me up the algorithm and maybe get some people here. So I appreciate all of that. So let me say hi to everybody because we got some awesome people in the chat today. We got Miss Pat Ray. Hey. We've got Mia Moo. Come on in. Miss Pam, Miss Rosebud. I need to get over and make you a moderator. I don't know if I can do it from here. I think I have to go into my tab, but I'm going to try to do that during the stream. All right. Hey, Rose. I might make you a mod too, Rose, if you're interested. And I had an idea for your channel. So I might email that to you. That might be fun to do. So just, if you're, just to add something interesting to the tarot channel. Anyway. Hey, Fairy Nymph, come on in. Angel of Glass is here. Hey, girl, I'm going to say, hey, Miss Brooke. Miss Brooke. In the house, Reality Chica. You guys say hey to all the wonderful mods who come on in. And I'm always thankful that they are willing. I am always grateful. And once the channel, becomes a little bit more, I'm certainly somebody who always wants to make sure that I'm giving my thanks to people appropriately. I'm not, I'm definitely very democratic. Hey, Miss Annie, come on in. Miss Reality Chica here. We got Miss Lindsay coming in saying this good morning. Miss Eileen is here. Am I getting everybody who's in the chat? Miss Anastasia is here. Trying to remember like a teacher. We got Green Dragon, according to Heather. I know everyone else hates this if they come into somebody's live, but you know what? This is part of the communities. We like to say hi to everyone who comes in. Miss Green Dragon, I don't know if I said hello, probably twice. Jenna's here. Shireen is here. We're all here. Okay. And, if you haven't said your name in the chat, I still welcome you being here because I can't remember what my Nightbot says. Anyway, kind of disabled about everything. He got real annoying. Okay. So today we're going to be taking a look at, obviously, Foodie Beauties. I'm sure I'm going to say everybody's name wrong today and everyone gets irritated, but that's okay. I hope everyone's having a lovely Friday wherever they are. If you hear noise in the background, that's probably Junebug. She's decided that she wants to show me about all her toys at the moment. So, yay, that's a great toy, Junebug. Yeah. We have to get a Junebug cam. I just need to clean her house. Okay. Oh, gosh. I mean, girl, come on. And Rose Thorne, I think you brought up some really excellent points today. And I wish we could get our calculators out. So if you haven't seen Rose's latest video about this very topic, she brought up some really good points about this person's spending. And it's interesting because this is the same person who was like telling people that she was okay with them contributing to her apartment. and not wanting to give people's money back, and yet spending $40 on a meal. So not this one, but the vegetarian meal is $40 Canadian. So anyway, so here we got Miss Foodie. Let me bring her into the stage here. Hold on. So yeah, I thought that was an excellent point. Yeah, broke people don't eat takeout. Right. I would love to calculate. I'm sure we could figure out how much exactly, because the Lush I know was a gift card. Now, I don't know if whoever was with her, and I've got something somebody pointed out about that. We'll get to that one. If you hang in with me this Friday afternoon, we got a real potpourri of nonsense going on over here. But yeah, I'd love to calculate between the Italian poutine, all the takeout, probably snacks she's bought, the bags of cheese, which was probably the 2K bag, not the little bag. Gosh, just the ice cream, the Cold Stone ice cream alone. Those are like $10, $12 ice cream cones. I mean, that's not cheap stuff. The pizza, the meals out, the coffees, the this, the that. I mean, unless she got a heck of a lot of birthday money, how is she? And then she's driving and putting all this gas money in her car and complaining about the gas prices. And oh, what else she been up to? Shopping, I mean, girl don't look like she hurting over there. Not at all. Not at all. Hey, if you're broke, you're going to the dollar store. Well, I guess she tried to appease people by going to the giant tiger. I guess that was her moment of frugality. And then the rest of it has just been, spendy spend, with visits to the Canadian ER, which I will let you know. People are like, it's not free. I understand. I grew up in the United Kingdom. I grew up with national health. I had to pay a certain percentage of my income towards my national health benefits. It is not free. The difference is that you pool your money together as a more like, I think in Canada, like in each province, probably, And so that's kind of, and then the monies go to care for those individuals within those regions. In the UK, it's on a national level. So we all nationally kind of put into the pot. So what they hope is when you're younger, you're putting money in and you're not really using the services and you're being able to care for the elderly who then are needing those services and you're paying for them then. What we're having now, unfortunately, is that, and so when I say free, for Chantel, she doesn't pay her taxes, okay? So with Chantel not contributing really anything to the Canadian system and probably not paying towards any type of the health system, because it's often sometimes like, here in the United States, we pay a lot towards like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, but we're not allowed to see it. Unless we're really on hard times or really, have reached the age of Medicare, there's lots of, ways that we're not easily able to access monies that we put a lot in the pot. If you saw how much tax I paid last year as an RN, you'd be horrified. So, more than Chantel made in one of her good months, put it that way. So I was horrified. But anyway. So that's kind of what I mean by free for her. But I'm certainly quite aware that there's no such thing as free healthcare. Okay. She's just a non-payer. Yeah. What did Rose say here? By the way, Foodie, it's therapy, not therapy. You don't go and take a business session by lying. Oh, girl, it's such a lie. It's so bad. And this person doesn't know her. This therapist knows nothing about her, and we should not interfere because she's never going to go back anyway. So it's very interesting what she says in this whole thing. So we're actually going to kind of break it down. So anyway, I think one of the first things I want to take a quick look at is because usually, there's a couple of things I really want to point out. One is I'd love to go back. And I know a lot of people are dropping things in my comments about my wild theory about her going down to this HR immigration place down in this town. And it takes a long time. Like she had almost 6 hours to get down the street. And I don't know. They're like, why didn't you go to Ottawa? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just putting out some theories because the road went right down there and past the wildlife. Or she's like playing the husband and saying that she's going to go to this 2:30 appointment and this, that, and the other. Because I don't think her family probably watches her YouTube stuff. And just only went off to the wildlife sanctuary and turned around and just said in the video she had a 2:30 appointment. And just saying it to keep him on a string. I mean, she's such a wild, manipulative type person. That's why I'm just like, so I just think she's playing everybody. She went to bed. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll hear her attitude. Oh, yeah. We're going to break it down in this video because she's very telling on herself in this video. Absolutely. Petulant child, I call her. Wait, uses its own psychologist. Yeah, I don't even know she was there. Yeah, and she was there for some type of, let's put it this way, I think more for the ED than the weight loss surgery. And so she might have blown, if she mentioned that in her therapy, and she does bring this up in the video, then she may have not have any chances of getting weight loss surgery. And she may have done that on purpose. Maybe she doesn't want it. Maybe this was her way to get people off her back about weight loss surgery. See, I've told them now I'm ineligible because I've told the therapist I have BED. And she says the words, and I thought they were not allowed words in YouTube. And she says them very clearly. Oh, I skipped the bulk of my comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Fatma. Oh, you have a therapist psychologist. Thank you. In Ottawa area. And I really doubt this was a recent. Oh, you think this was part of her weight loss surgery? I think it was. And I think she's now getting out of it by telling them she's got an ED. Does that make sense? To get everybody off her back now. Because she doesn't want it. I mean, if anybody thinks that she actually wants to go through that program and get that surgery, I don't think so. I don't think she's interested at all. And see, you have experience in what that process is, which I think is excellent. And so she potentially went to the one appointment and said, shoot, I'm going to make myself ineligible and get everyone off my back. And so now they might be doing that other program that you spoke about, more like the supportive. Because she said she was going to be doing telehealth appointments. We'll get into it. We'll get into the weeds, girl. Having immigrated I think immigration theory was way off. Oh, you think so? It makes no damn sense. Well, that's what I'm thinking too. But I just wonder if she was doing it more to mislead Salah. I'm sorry. I say his name so bloody terrible. I hate saying it sometimes. Salah. I'm wondering if they didn't really go there. She just went to the bird sanctuary and said she had an appointment at 2:30. I don't know if she ever really went anywhere. Could be all lies. That's what I'm saying. So my theory could be, because I'm starting to think it through, because it's out that way. It's like out that way, the bird sanctuary. It's on the road out that way. That's the only reason why I started to connect points. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably way off point. But hey, it was fun to get down a rabbit hole. Sometimes I just go down rabbit holes because she's a secretive narcissist. And the only other reason why it's interesting is that she came into my comment section, of course, and tried to tell my commenters and my video on it otherwise. So we'll take a look at some of the stuff that Sara Lee's been posting to try to, get a little bit wild in the community. I wonder if she made the promises to Salah to bring him to Canada and she knows she can't, but trying to continue to lie to him to keep him from putting her off. Exactly. And just, I don't think, it's potentially she never went down there, but maybe, she knew that she was going down that way with her aunt, that birds. Who knows with this girl? Do you know what I mean? Maybe it was one of the companies he discovered. And she's like, yeah, I'll go down there. Because he doesn't know Canada. Who knows? I just know she up to something sneaky. And the other one that's going to be really funny and is the video I did for April Fools about her getting questioned by the authorities in Kuwait. And I think she said she reported me for that video. So we're going to find that comment where it's either her Esther McDonald or it's going to be one of the newest comments in that video from when I did the April Fools about her being questioned by the authorities. One of her sock accounts said that she had reported it. So I'm wondering how close did I hit to home? And does she potentially have a bigger issue going on? Which is what Rose has been thinking too. There's something going on. A lot bigger. And she's trying to distract everyone, and it's still always at the end of the day, she's trying to get up with old natter stuff. I just feel like she's just something weird going on. Just because she's so sneaky. Showing Salah, she was hitting the road to get things done. Yes, right. Yeah, she was hitting migratory birds rather than immigration services up, Miss Pat, is what I wonder. Because somebody was saying to me, oh, well, why would she have 2 appointments on one day? Like that HR appointment, which she said was at 2:30. And then on the same calendar day, it said Ottawa. And she had ticked off that HR at 8:45. Now, maybe it was just, I don't know anybody's initials. But then she said she had an appointment at 2:30. So who knows? Maybe she was saying that for Salah because she's never really wanted to say what that appointment is. And it just seems, she's talked so much about this dang therapy appointment. So why so secretive about this one, And she's got another thing on the 23rd. Or maybe she did have to go somewhere up in the capital. And then they just went over to the sanctuary and then went up to the Ottawa, from what I could see from the triangle. She said in her last video, Salah is not trying to. Yeah, well, it's wild at life. How is your pursuit to have YouTube verify you're a nurse? Oh, thank you. According to Heather, it takes a long time. So I'm patient. Patience is a virtue, Miss Heather. Patience is a virtue. It takes 3 to 4 months because they really want to make sure. And fortunately for them, I don't have a great deal of social media presence. So they really want to make sure that you've never been somebody who's spreading medical misinformation. So they don't want you to be probably like saying you're healthcare, but you're maybe going against information being given by the CDC or information that's evidence-based practiced, which is probably one of the reasons why I bring things that we talk about medically, and I try to make sure they're from good sources in order to keep that going. But thank you, Heather. It takes time. It's time. Like any good things, it takes time. And I hope it will help rather than hinder the channel. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And then always says she's always has manipulated people in her life. Oh, hold on. Let me get that buzzer. I apologize for this news. Sorry, guys. When we play the video, I might be turning my mic off and taking some bites because I'm on a heavy antibiotic, which requires food. So, yeah, I don't mind telling people I'm on Bactrim antibiotics for an infection because what are you going to find out? It's why I sound funny when I talk sometimes. But once something enough, she'll move heaven and earth to get it no matter who she hurts along the way. I think so. Okay, so let's get over to this guy first because I can just chat away. And if the person who showed this to me let me show you what she said first to my comments. Okay, let me go to my channel real fast. Let me share the screen. Let me go to my channel. I'll share the screen and show you this. I made sure to pin the comment just because sometimes I can't find stuff. So, hold on. Is it still up here? Yes. Okay. All right. She was very active, and I have been discovering Sara Lee's activity. Sometimes I don't realize I'm, like anybody, we got other stuff going on in the day. And so I kind of took a look when I was at the doctor's office, in my YouTube account a little bit closer. And found Sara Lee over here. And I found a lot of Sara Lee's. So I pinned it to help me try to find her comments. And it said, Chantel knows that everyone always zooms in on everything she does and performs their investigation. She didn't have an appointment with immigration. It was intentionally misleading. Salah is not trying to come to Canada. Okay. And that was one of the comments that she popped into my last video. Yeah, a lot of people. Right, she's lying about the telehealth because I do believe she has to be in care to access it. Oh, you're gonna love this one then, Pam and Fadma. Anybody who's much more familiar with the Canadian healthcare system, and I'm sure you're gonna feel like just frustrated. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Oh yeah, she's protested about. Oh, she reported me for the video on. I'll show this real quick, and then we'll get to her video. Oh, I wanted to play Dr. Carter, but maybe we'll play that afterwards. I don't know if we should listen to the psychiatrist and a little bit about secret narcissism first, and then watch her video. I'm gonna put it in, and he's a big channel. Like I said, somebody said to do this, so I'm gonna put a Nightbot poll in to see which way we want to go around with this. Because I don't want to look at a lot of his thing, but there was a very interesting thing about secretive narcissists and why they do what they do. And I think it would be interesting to hear a little bit about that. And then I'll pop his channel description later on. Okay. Let me get over to the polls. And if you do like this type of content, hit the likes. Gets us up the YouTube algorithm, folks, and we certainly do appreciate it. Okay. All right. Okay, so it's a Dr. Carter. Okay, so yes, Dr. Carter. If you're not familiar with him, you will now be. Video on secretive narcissism first. And we're just going to watch a little bit of it, obviously. Just a little bit there. Okay, so that's the poll on that. All right, so let me know. And while I release that poll, I'm going to show you what she said when I dropped the video about the Kuwaiti authorities questioning her, which I thought was telling. I don't think I've told anybody about this. So anyway, let me get over here to my videos. All right, because I was like, oh, really, girl? I'm just being silly. April Fool's. I was having some fun. Everyone else had put a wild theory out there. I decided to put one out there, too. I had a blast. Got a lot of hate and a lot of love on this video. It was wild. Anyway, let me go over to that. The Ministry of... Okay, so... All right. It's going to be one of the newest ones. So let me sort by newest. Let me see if she's still in here. Somewhere they told me. Now maybe they've removed it. Somebody, these butthurt comments though. I feel like she came into my account at one point here and said that she had reported me. But then somebody else also came to my account and let me know they deleted a bunch of comments out of my videos. So there's kind of like a bunch of weird, I don't know. We'll show you some more that she's caught recently. All right, let's see what's going on with this poll over here real fast. Okay, so we want to watch Dr. Carter first. Okay, good. Let me bring up Dr. Carter real fast. And like I said, if you're not familiar with him, somebody told me about this one. He's got a channel called Surviving Narcissism. And this was what do narcissists gain by being secretive was the episode. So let's just see.
Being very entitled and
all right. Okay, so I think this is interesting. Let me bring him up a little bit bigger. Make sure I'm a little bit smaller. Yes. Okay. So I can't remember if you are on the live stream and you were the person who recommended this to me, make sure you drop it in the thing, and I still probably won't see it because I'm terrible. No, but let yourself be known. We appreciate that. All right, guys. Okay, so let's get Dr. Carter started.
controlling. Narcissists have no difficulty stepping all over your personal boundaries. So that's why I put together an extensive video class called This Is Me. It has 25 videos, written documents, guided questions. I'm going to.
Okay, so he's going along here. Here we go.
With multiple.
All right. Okay.
There's a question that each one of us has to come to terms with multiple times every day, just about. And that is, how much do you want to reveal about yourself? And the answer is, well, it all depends. There are different variables that we have to take into account. How well do I know the person in front of me? What is the topic we're talking about? And is it something that I'm comfortable in going into? Do we have time to invest in these kinds of things? Do I have the energy to go into that space? Or is this a relationship that's just more of a shallow relationship? So there are various kinds of things we have to consider in terms of self-revelation. Now, healthy individuals realize that if you're going to have closeness and if you're going to have a sense of cohesion, particularly as we go more and more into an intimacy with one another, self-revelation and openness is a very good and necessary ingredient. Now, this brings us to our friends, the narcissists.
Sorry.
How much of themselves do they reveal?
Sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. I forgot I muted for a second because I was making noise, around the table. I didn't want to do that. Rookie mistake. Happy Friday, everybody. I'll blame the antibiotic. Thank you, guys. And of course, I'm looking at him on the other page. So, yeah. So Pat says, side note, Ray, I thought it was interesting when Sarah in the chat gave her theory regarding therapy. She simply went to see a therapist and actually got some advice recently. Oh yeah, we're gonna unpack the weeds a little bit on this one. And he says, he is great, Ray. I followed him for a long time. He gives real life take on how narc function. One of my areas of expertise in narcissism. Absolutely, Annie. I mean, we are not here diagnosing Chantel, and we are not giving her a diagnosis, okay? This is just for education and information purposes only. And we are people who are interested in healthcare topics and how they may potentially relate to the content creator we are looking at. I have to say my disclaimers, guys, because we don't want Daddy YouTube getting too upset with us over here. Okay, so let me get back over here. Did I mute to fart? No, I actually muted to do something that Chantel would do, and that's to take a bite of food. So it was one of the things Chantel would do, either fall or eat. And mine was eating. And you know what? I didn't even get the bite because I suddenly realized I was muted. I was just actually grabbing my food over towards me. Oh, my laugh. Oh, my laugh is awful. You'll give her a diagnosis, crazy and evil? Yeah, unfortunately, because none of us have technically physically assessed Chantal, then we are not able to really give a diagnosis. There's a lot of things in, psychotherapy and psychology and, looking at the, DSM-5 and all this stuff that you cannot just sort of give people diagnoses. So we're potentially thinking this could be an accurate one for her. All right, let him go. I'm gonna mute and make sure I don't remember I've muted.
Reveal. And as you get into that topic with them, their whole thinking is much different. Let's keep in mind that narcissists are in constant service of oneself. And so they're constantly strategic in terms of how much they're going to reveal about themselves and how much they want. Secretiveness is built into who they are. Their false self is fully in charge. Let's keep in mind, false, it's not accurate. And so they have a chronic inclination toward dishonesty and cover up. In other words, what they reveal about themselves is not necessarily
Shit. Oh, God dang it. I need to stop muting this mic. Oh my gosh. I was just saying, I hope I don't have a laugh like Naked and Laughing, because I understand she resides also in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I'm originally from Virginia. Gosh, this mute. I was trying to be polite about my food. I'm rooking over here this Friday afternoon. It's because I'm on antibiotics. So I apologize. Try not to tear my stomach up on Bactrim. So I'm trying to be polite when the doctor's playing, and then I forget because I just start talking. God dang it. Anyway, so yes, I was saying Naked and Laughing. I hope she's not related to me. I have a very big family from Virginia. I keep losing people because I keep coming off of mute. Good Lord. Child, are you eating again? You're muted. Yes. Well, you know what? I barely even get the bite taken because I'm trying to fair use. I always want to say something or I see something interesting. You guys have to stop making my chat so interesting. Okay? Because I want to respond. But the Naked and Laughing, I don't know where I won't touch her because I don't know where in Virginia she resides. And I heard she was up in a Walmart, and I was trying to take a look and see what Walmart it was. I was like, oh, I'm keeping out of that one. All of that one. Keeping out. Keeping out. All speculation is a moot point due to Chantal's last bankruptcy being discharged. She's got so many things. I'm eating again. God, I'm like the worst YouTuber today. If I've watched Chantal, I know, guys. I'm just a little bit more polite, and it's, I promise you, I'll go for hours here and not even have a sip of fluid because I'm so concerned of people's misophonias and stuff, because people will tell you about it all the time. I just listen to you in earphones and you're doing this, that, and the other, and I can't bear it. And it's just like, I'm sorry. All right, guys. All right, let's keep going on with this good doctor.
At all who they really are. You'd like to ask the question to them, is it really worth it to you to be chronically secretive and to hold back on who knows whatever it is you're holding back on? And if they could be honest, which of course secretive people aren't honest, but if they could be honest, they'd say, oh yeah, it's worth it to me. There are quite a few advantages that I can have as I become secretive. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to figure out what their secretive style says about who they are. And the more you understand why they want to go into this kind of pattern in the first place, the more you realize what you're dealing with, and you can make your plans accordingly. Why are narcissists so secretive? What do they think they're going to gain out of it? Now,
So this is what I really am fascinated by. Misophonia sufferers here, Ray. You're all good to do you. Not your problem to deal with audience triggers. Just my thoughts. Well, thank you, Miss Pat Ray. But obviously, as a healthcare provider, it's hard not to. As much as you want to be your real and relatable self for your audience. And I can't wait to get back on camera. I'm very excited. I feel like I'm coming along today, but it's a long. So if people sort of hear me stuffy and all sorts of things, it's because I'm fighting an infection in my nose. People, be patient. We're not perfect, That's why I probably would never. That's why I don't like filters and all this trying to make people so perfect, that it's not real anymore. Because none of us are perfect. In fact, if you even listen to somebody speak, there's a certain amount of, misspoken words you're going to have. And it's not because you're, not an intelligent person. It's just going to happen when you're speaking. It's different. Anyway. All right. So, yeah. Nisi says, or bring attention to any marriage, income. She is in a big old hot mess. And as far as what I think is happening in Canada, so I'm so curious to know what's going to happen once she gets paid. Because she said she has an appointment on the 23rd. She hasn't said what this appointment is. So the only appointment that she spoke about, no perfection. The only appointment she spoke about that she said what she's done is 1, bogging up the emergency room, and 2, the mental health. She's been really like, I'm having my mental health appointment on the 18th. I'm having this HR appointment. She's never said what it addressed. She's never said anything about it. She's been very secretive about that appointment, but she showed that appointment for somebody, and it may not even be for us. It may be for somebody else watching. Who knows? So who knows what that was performatively. And then the interesting part is she talks about the dill pickles. Okay. Now this is interesting because her clothes change and stuff. And I wondered too, because everything got spread out. Was Ottawa a different day? She said those things about the dill pickle chips, but she bought those at, I believe, the Giant Tiger on the way supposedly to Ottawa. I don't know. Her timeline is wild. That's all I know. I see how her mask has been slipping in recent videos, looking uncomfortable. I think it's because I focus very differently here in this community because I, know that a lot of what is happening with her is happening due to, potentially other more, personality style that she tends to have, potentially the personality styles that live in cluster B. And I am not a mental health nurse, but now I'm starting to get more and more interested in it, but I've never worked in that. So it'd be a real jump for me. But and obviously I see a lot of cardiac issues going on with her, the heavy breathing and just, she's so out of shape. She's so out of shape. And it, you can tell her heart and the clubbing of the fingers is, God, that's a whole other thing. So we're just going to concentrate on this today, this appointment. I'm not going to try to get into all her cardiac stuff. Jesus Christ. We'll be here all year. So obviously, we've spoken in videos before about her being extremely difficult to treat, I would think. And then when I've had to work with these types of patients in the past, just taking care of their medical needs, as you can probably see, is very difficult. And a lot of, and that's part of the reason why she just, eats right till the, blood sugars are a catastrophic level. And then, tries to get a acute remedy for it. and she will never really address it. She won't do any of the things that she promises any of these people. I had one person say, well, you can see that she's trying. She talks about it all the time or something. I'm like, oh God, go away. All right, let's get back to the doctor. She's not trying to do anything except talk about it. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, keep going, Dr. Coulter. Your doctor.
The first thing I'm going to mention is number one, they have to be in control. And the person who controls the amount or the flow of information in any kind of venue is the one that presumably is going to be in charge. In the narcissist mind, they keep secrets and they think you're going to know about me on a need to know basis. If I feel like I can stay in control over you or say things that's going to keep you under my subjugation, then I'm willing to do that. If not, I don't go there. A second thing that we can learn about narcissists regarding their secrets is they like, as in they're defined by, they like their deviousness. Now, it's not as though they think, well, I guess I need to do it. It's like, no, I actually enjoy it because you see, that makes me feel powerful. This is an off take from point number one. They get a rush when they know that they have an edge over you. And so if there's something back here in the corner that they're not talking with you about, or some plans or people and all like that, that it's like, I'm not about to tell you. It's like, I like the surge of power that it brings to me, and that they're all into dominance, and this is a way for them to maintain dominance. A third thing that we can learn about narcissists and their secretiveness.
So that's two really interesting points, and I think for those who aren't familiar with mental health and working with therapists and so forth in these realms, and obviously working with, listening to Dr. Coulter here, I always do want to preface, I am a licensed, registered, I don't think I've said this, I need this to maintain my monetizations for my videos on these, and I usually do. I'm getting a chance to talk about these topics. I always want to let people know I am a registered nurse here in the United States, and I hold a license here for about 15 years now. Okay. All right. So Dr. Coulter brought up two really good points. And I think as you go along and watch her video after her therapy appointment, let's see how that matches with all of these behaviors that he's bringing out. Because remember, it's a need to know basis. So she wanted us and the audience and everyone to know that she was out having obviously a mental health appointment on the 18th. Yet we have no idea of what the appointments covered on the day that supposedly she had this 2:30 appointment, if she really did, or was that just a ruse to keep somebody else happy? Who knows? Because maybe her family doesn't watch the videos, so it doesn't matter if they didn't know or not. And then she, what is she up to? Oh, let him continue. But I mean, that's kind of, I'm just kind of thinking like she's playing. She's just a narcissist manipulator.
They will probably rationalize, if you were to call them out on their being secretive, they would probably rationalize and say, hey, look, I'm just setting boundaries. And so they try to dress it up with a title, with a name that we actually can embrace. Oh yeah, having good boundaries is good. But actually, the further you look into this is not a healthy definition of boundaries. What they're doing is they would be more accurate to say, I'm building a thick wall of defense around myself because I must have those thick walls up. When you have healthy boundaries, you're talking about knowing what your priorities are so that you can have the cleanest form of relationship with others. I'm going to respect you just as I respect myself, and you, at least in the respect category, are not under consideration with the narcissist. Then a fourth thing that we can say that we can learn about a narcissist.
And I think we can think of so many relationships that, Chantel, like potentially bringing her family along to this appointment or whoever went with her. She's no problem, misusing the people around her to get what she needs to gain. And in my estimation, just kind of seeing her patterns of behavior and just even how she treats her audience. I mean, just disrespect, I guess, when she didn't get what she hoped. I think she hoped when she put that PayPal out I don't know if she really made $37. She could have been lying, obviously. I don't think that's the real amount. It was either a little bit more than that. Maybe add a 0 on the end. And still, maybe she was disappointed because maybe she thought people would give her a lot more money because it had been her birthday and she had been channel struck. So I think she was thinking to monetize off of it a little bit better. And she still wouldn't have given the money back. She was happy to lie to her audience about an apartment. And then she says, oh, and Sara Lee will come into my chats. Oh, it's just Chantel is impulsive. She just doesn't think things through. She just changes her mind all the time. So she always puts in my comment sections. She doesn't like me pointing out that she's a manipulative, narcissistic scammer. Gets to her real bad.
This is being secretive. And that is, there's much about their
own
identity that's shameful. You see, the narcissist may say, the reason I don't want to tell you everything is because you're...
Desiree, we're going to snippy into that in a minute then. Well, let's finish out Dr. Carter for a little bit. And then we'll snipe on over to her. We'll start at the beginning and snipe on in. But yeah, interesting. Nah, I knew she was going to do that. She's going to do a bunch of little videos and then she'd pop herself out live. All right, well, we'll go see that. Let's just listen to about the narcissist because we're going to need to have this knowledge as we dive into anything this woman does.
You're judgmental, but the actual
thanks for the heads up,
truth of all that is,
appreciate it.
They would actually think to themselves, actually, I've looked at myself and I have already deemed myself to be shameful. Therefore, there's no way I want to express or expose any of that to you. And so these are very shame-based people. It's like, I don't want my real self to be known. It's not going to work out well. I'm not going to look good, and I've got to keep all that covered up. They don't like admitting that, but it's very much a strong motivation that they have. And a fifth thing that we can say about their secretiveness and what it tells us about them is they have lots of double standards. Think about some of the things that they're secretive about. And
I would love Foodie and her double standards to come and jump into my stream. I think we have had her come in before. Oh yeah, she's more than happy, but everyone, spots her and she does not like it. Oh, I'm sure she's going to be out there. I'm not a narcissistic liar. I'm not trying to go to immigration. If she points out any of these things, then we could be sniffing up the right, path with her, at least in the potential that she could be lying to Salah. Not saying that I don't know, but I just feel like there was a game being played somewhere. I don't know. I think she's she won't call me out though because she's too scared to get a YouTube strike. All right, let's let this guy finish out because he's interesting.
They're secretive about some of the very behaviors that they would not accept in you. That's the double standard. For example, they can be secretive about their sexual inclinations or money manipulations, or their just broad and pervasive selfishness. They can be secretive about their lack of reliability or their what I call relationship laziness. They have all sorts of things that they're secretive about, and they don't want you to be that way.
Oh, that's interesting, Pat. So you saw Sara Lee in the chat? Did she drop a chat? Because that's why I have the mods. Oh, God, do I need to go back and scroll? Oh, that's funny. Because now she's gone live. Oh, that's funny. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, let the doctor keep going and I'll try to take a look at the chat. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. You're going to copy and paste it? Yeah, bring it into the chat, Pat. Thanks. All right, let's keep the doctor going. And now she's going live. I'm telling you guys, I'm a little tiny channel, but we got a lot of smart people here in this. And I promise you, I try to recognize everybody because this is a group effort, okay? It's not just me, It's like all the people that are willing to let me know information. I know nothing about Canada, nothing about the healthcare system, nothing. All right, let's keep this going. Oh, let me try to make sure I'm getting good connection here. Okay. I'm not going to have enough bars on my
But in their mind, it's like, well, but I'm unique. And so they just maintain double standards as they keep you from knowing about who they really are. Now, this leads very much to the sixth thing that it tells us about them, and that is these individuals, as a result of their secretiveness, are illustrating, I have no respect for you. You see, in their way of thinking, it's like, why would I even reveal who I am to you anyway? I don't care about you, and you
All
don't.
right, let's stop this. Thank you, Miss Pat. Thank you, everyone. Sarah says this is Miss Sara Lee, which is quite ironic, actually. You know why? Because there's the Sara Lee factory very close to here in Virginia, out in Suffolk. And you can go to the Sara Lee bake store right next to the factory and get very discounted Sara Lee products. So just to let you guys know, Planters, peanuts, and Sara Lee. That's what we got out here in Suffolk, Virginia. Anyway, Sarah says she doesn't have to get out of WLS. She could have just not gone to the appointment. This is not so deep. She simply went to see a therapist and actually got some advice re Kuwait. And if somebody brought a very good point up that how is this therapist going to know about what's happening in Kuwait or what resources to therapy in Kuwait? You know, this just sounds like somebody who said, well, you know, because you'll listen. I mean, we're going to go pop into her live stream, okay? I am hoping it's maybe a long afternoon, guys. I don't know, because I really did want to get into her video about her therapy. So I think what we'll do is we'll just speed along on that video about her therapy and just listen to the therapy pop about her visit to the therapist. And we'll just listen to that, a couple of little sections, and then we'll pop over to her live stream. Sarah's getting real angry. She reported my video. She said it didn't get struck at all. YouTube actually told me to make more videos like that. Yeah, she's feeling very threatened by us over here. She don't like this because we're not cussing and calling her names and stuff. We're investigating, talking about all the drugs and meds and her diabetes. All right, keep going, sir.
And if you walk away puzzled about my presence, it doesn't register. You're not that important to me anyhow. And so I'm just going to keep myself a closed person because being open would mean I would have to invest in you. I don't do that. Now, a seventh reason or a seventh thing that we can learn about them and their secretiveness is that to them, compromise or blending is not profitable. Because you see, if they compromise and blend, that means they have to give up a certain amount of themselves and be tuned into you. And it's like, I don't think that's going to work very well with me. Where's that going to get me? Being tuned into you. Again, they go back to their power and they go back to their manipulations like that. That's where the success comes in. And that's where my profit comes in. And then the eighth thing.
And we know she's definitely going to profit. Rosalind Reacts brought up a really good point that she played Salah right to her arrival at that airport in Kuwait City. He thought she probably looked like a very different person. She catfished him pretty hard on that one. She brought up some interesting points about how Chantel potentially inserted herself into this man's life. He thought he was the romance scammer. He didn't realize he was dealing with one of the most toxic and manipulative individuals potentially on the YouTube platform.
Thing that we can say, and this is a very easy one for us to zero in on, and that is the more secretive they are in their engagements with you, it's their way of saying, I don't trust. Now, they'll say, I don't trust you, but the answer is, I don't trust, period. Whoever happens to be there in front of me. They have too much pain. They have too much chaos on the inside of themselves. And it's like, it just hurts too much to get into that, and it makes me look bad. So they just can't trust. So you've heard it said that everything you think, say, or do, or in this case, not do, reveals a whole lot about yourself. And the narcissist's secretiveness reveals that they have a great deal of strain and difficulty. Now let's go back and underscore openness in its right context can be a very good thing. And it would require certain ingredients to be in play, let me run through a few of these real quickly, and we're going to see where healthy individuals can have this, and it's going to leave the narcissist weighing the dust on this one. When you're open, it means that you appreciate the interconnectedness that we all have with one another. No one's a complete.
Right, and the interconnectedness that we feel experience. Yeah, this is like Dr. Phil over here because we gotta understand before we delve into the videos. You know how they always like show the scene with the person doing some stuff, and then you got Dr. Phil. You know, we gotta delve into this. This is more than just me sitting here going, "Oh, she's got diabetes again." We know that she's raging every day. I'm more curious about how she's manipulating everybody. I already know the health trajectory. So it just fascinates me that somebody whose health is going to deteriorate is still out doing this. And I've had to take care of at end of life. And this is probably one of the most fascinating patients I ever took care of at end of life was a gentleman who was a malignant narcissist with bipolar affective disorder. And he had to be approached in a very specific way in order for him to take his medications. I literally had to play into his malignant narcissism to get him to take medications that would keep him calm and comfortable and pain-free at end of life because he, was sick and he needed the help. But his mental disorders were really, really becoming very, very apparently, the hallucinations. These were not from the drugs. This was all his mental health. And I had to go into the room. If you went into the patient room with him and you just said, here's your meds, take this, he would close his mouth and refuse. Absolutely refuse. Now, one of the things I learned is that he did call. He was somewhere and he called for help. He used to tell people that he was this trust fund kid and this, that, and the other. So all these people showed up after he passed away, I think thinking they were going to get money from him. And I don't think he had any of these things. He was a malignant narcissist. It was in his chart. Anyway, this gentleman, I would come in. I said, we got to approach him very differently. You got to go into the room. And knowing that he called, I would go in there, very sweet voice, and I would say to him, oh my goodness, I heard that you called the doctor. And I heard that you needed our help. And I want to be here to help you. So he told me that if, to take this, and I would tell him the medication, you'll feel so much better. But he understands and he wants to help you. He would take that medication without a problem. Never got a fight from that man. As long as I played up into his narcissism, made him feel real special and important, sorry. Oh, he would lap it up. And it was good for me because I got a patient who needed to take their medications and needed it to help them be comfortable to do it without having it to be a stress or a battle. So this is why I find this stuff fascinating, because as a healthcare worker, I do have to deal with people with these types of personality styles. So it's so important to understand them. All right. That was a story from me. Sorry, guys. We're going to get to Foodie. Don't worry.
Unto themselves. If you're open, you have a handle on anger. Now, I don't know if you can see this, but it's like, sometimes we may conflict with one another, but it's like, well, if you tell me about you and I tell you about me, and if it's different, we're not going to get mad at each other. We're not going to blow each other away with our bad tempers. The narcissist will, but they're way too cynical. But open people, it's like, no, I can handle anger and conflict well. In addition, with your openness, you just start with the notion that says, I don't have a whole lot to hide about myself. You can keep your egotism in check. Selfishness is not the centerpiece to your personality anyway. You respect yourself enough to where you think, well, why would I dedicate my life to secretiveness and being dishonest? That doesn't make sense. I respect myself more than that. And then in addition, open individuals will also say, and I respect you. I want your time with me as much as common sense will allow to be profitable and to be beneficial for both of us. Let's see if we can make this work. So narcissists are known, the false self, for keeping secrets and keeping that veneer up, that very thick wall of defense. If they could be honest, of course, their secretiveness won't allow this, but if they could be honest, they would say, I am a pain-filled and pain-riddled person, and I just can't have that openness. It's too hard for me. And they might say, despite the natural downside to being a keeper of secrets, this is still a strategy I'm going to hold on to. I'm committed to that. My response to that is, well, it's no secret that your secretiveness is not workable. I think I'm going to need to move on with people who know how to handle relationships with a much greater deal of openness. Thanks, but I can do better than that. Now, I hope the video such as this can give you.
All right, so we're going to end Dr. Coulter there and go over to Foodie Beauty. Sorry if I'm still jumping over here. But I know I would like to see those therapist notes too, Pam. And that's funny that you made a comment about it's going to go live. So it's going to be interesting to hear what she's raging about, because we might be getting Foodie into a rage today, guys, unintentionally or intentionally. I don't know. When I announced this video, I put it to members only. She might be a member to my community. Yeah, hit the subscribes, likes, guys. If you like the fact that this channel has got Chantel probably going on a rage live stream that we're going to check out in a minute, because, you know, we're not going to sniper like that, because that's just playing into the narcissist, guys. And we've got a different agenda over here. Oh, she's going to come after me one day. But that's okay, because if she comes after me, guess what? It'll help me get more subs. And we'd like to have more subs. So yeah, that's Sara Lee in my comment section. That was one of my agenda points today on the Friday agenda here. And she is falling into that. So that's awesome. So we got her all nice and triggered this afternoon. Good job. She won't say my name. She don't want to give me any clout. She has mentioned me a long time ago, the cardiac nurse. Oh, the nurse. But yeah. Okay, funny. Let's get over to this video, the other one. All right, let's go over to Foodie's original luncheon therapy. We're just going to try to do the therapy part, okay? Hold on. We're not going to watch all her we're not going to watch her ridiculous B-roll. We don't need to give her any time on that. So let me get in here. I have a way of, I'm just going to do a YouTube word search. Let's just put in therapy. All right. And just hit the parts where she talks about therapy. Okay. And then that's how we're going to do this. So we can find the parts we want, and then we're going to go into her live stream. Okay. That seems, we talked about her like having lots of money, and you'll see that on this trip, she's shopping, she's going to lunch. You know, it can't be all birthday vouchers. And then the other video, if we ever get to it, I might do a separate video. Somebody heard a male voice in the alleyway at that video where she said she was going to the books, didn't want to go to the bookstore. Supposedly there was a male voice heard, and that's the same video that we wondered if that was Pete or Aunt Phyllis in the window. So there might have been more than one person there with her. Who knows? But she's definitely seeing Pete, and he's being tight-lipped. Okay. All right. Click that out of the way. All right. So we're just going to bring up all her therapy talk.
And then I have a therapy appointment in the afternoon. So yeah, it's going to be a full day for me. It is quite rainy, which is kind of disappointing because we wanted to go on a nature walk. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But anyways, yeah, so come along with me again today in this vlog. Yes, let's go. Yella.
She seems so just disingenuous at this point. She's just very, very disingenuous, I think. Not even speeding her up, because I kind of want to have her whole tone and intonation in this. I think if you speed up her voice, you kind of lose some of that sometimes. And she's definitely got the, hey, artist, come on in. We just, hey, Squeaky Vegan. Oh, she's bloated, girl. You know she is. She did not get the 200-gram bag of the curd cheese. That girl went full 2K. She probably had 12,000 milligrams of sodium just in that cheese bag alone. So, yeah, she's very bloated. Look at that. Look at how, oh gosh. We're focusing in on her narcissism today because supposedly, just to let you know who are new into my chat, my name's Ray. I'm a registered nurse here in the United States. Got a lot of smart people in my chat. Just a moment ago, our good friend Pam was talking about, having WLS procedures and how that they would probably not be able to help her with information about Kuwait and therapy there, which is something that she's going to bring up in this video. And at the time, Chantel was in my comments here in the live stream in her sock account, Sara Lee, and commented that that wasn't the case, or just trying to just basically got upset with us all here and then proceeded to go live. So she's going live and potentially raging. We don't know because we're not feeding into her narcissism at the moment. So we're going to go watch this video first and hear like a little bit, just catch up with some of the things she said about her therapy after we just watched a video about secretive narcissists from Dr. Coulter. And I'll put the link down below later in the description. And we're going to just keep going on like that. So that's what's been going on. Who is this woman? Oh, she's a manipulative, potentially alleged individual who's potentially, defrauding people in Canada. That's who she is. People in the chat will explain the artist.
So, another birthday gift. I got a pink Yeti. So, yeah, because I like Yeti, and I used to have a blue one. That was a gift also from a Beezer. And, yeah, I love this color. So.
Chantel, you're like 6 weeks too late for that trend, girl. She's like so behind on any trend at the moment. Girl, that's long gone. People have moved on to something else probably. I don't know. I don't keep up with any of that stuff. But yeah, that's nice. That's a nice gift. Your family, seems like her family gave her some very nice presents for her 40th. And I hope she's grateful and appreciative, but we know she's not.
Keeps my water cold when I'm out driving around the whole time. By the way, I can easily get an international driver's license or driver's license over there in Kuwait, but it's not the same as driving here. So, no, I don't really enjoy driving over there, so I'm going to be a passenger princess.
Well, I don't know. It used to be very complicated. It depends on the country. So, for example, I know that sometimes if you are going abroad and you're renting a car or anything, you may have to have certain driver license permissions before you start driving. That was a long time ago. Other countries, you show up, you got your driver's license. If you're a tourist, you're renting a car, obviously, because their whole economy is based on that. So not going to be very restrictive. So I don't know. I know, for example, you can only drive. Some countries will let you drive on your national pass or driver's license for like a year before they require you to take the test in their country. Or if you're on an international, you may only be able to use an international driver's license for a certain period of time, depending on the country. It's very dependent. I can let you know. Now, if you're in Mexico, I don't want to tell you the Mexico story because it's very Mexican. But let's put it this way. It cost me 10 pesos, and I didn't realize I was bribing the guy because he asked me if I wanted to take my driver's license with or without a test. This is my Mexican driver's license. And I said, well, without the test. And it was like 10 pesos more, which was like $1. So I didn't realize I just bribed the guy yeah. So yeah, just depends on the country. I think they're a little bit stricter in Kuwait, maybe than in Mexico, girl.
When I'm there. So yeah. Hi guys. So we are eating at a vegetarian restaurant today. It is actually quite a
I had a friend of mine in Mexico who was a Mexican who actually tried to legitimately get a driver's license without having to involve a bribe. And I don't know if he really did this, but he said he tried to do it like 6 times and he never could get his test passed. So he finally just gave up. And it wasn't much money. I was like, this is the best stuff, man. I was like, shit, you just walk in there and they're like, do you want the driver's license with or without a test? I mean, I don't even know if I had any identification on me. I don't even know. Maybe a passport? I might have had my FME trace on me. Maybe. I don't know. But it wasn't very difficult. I was shocked because, I came from countries where, I want all sorts of paperwork. Not there.
delicious place I've eaten here.
But this was in the
before.
90s. I'm just going to say.
Here's a glimpse at their menu or part of it. They give you a pitcher of nice cold water to drink while you are there.
Oh. Look, we got our girl sitting. And she doxes, of course, her therapy office. So I'm going to try to see if I can I don't know if she's talking. I hope nobody's trying to find out. A lot of the medical offices will have sayings and stuff. I'm sure people are going to probably know because she showed that Fullerton drugstore and stuff, probably where this office is located. Let's never, ever cross the line to this place of work. But Chantel was not considerate, and I did not have time to hide the video. So I'm just going to say that out. But girlfriend out eating these nice restaurants and stuff. I would hate. Can you imagine Chantel, the cheap tipper? Ugh. Oh gosh. Oh. It's probably the most real picture we'll get of her too, on that bright light at the doctor's office. I mean, why are we showing the pictures of the office art? I mean, there are people that do these things. I've been in when they've set up new doctor's offices. It's a person that their whole job is to get this stuff in. It's wild. That's pretty. How come it looks like a spa? That doesn't look like. Is she saying she's at an appointment, or is this the restaurant? Where's she supposed to be at this point? Are they waiting? This must be the restaurant. Okay. I have to say, that's not a doctor's office. Yeah, this is the restaurant. Thank you, Jenna. I have to say, whoa, where is the doctor's office? Because I saw the art. Okay, that art, just like the way she was sat on that bench. See, I told you I'm kind of raw reacting to this a little bit. Yeah, that's a nice restaurant. Oh, she's somewhere bougie, as Alex's Shuka would say. It's the type of restaurants I like to eat at. Yeah, thank you, Net Detective. Yeah, it's a restaurant. I just realized. Yeah, I know water's wet. Yeah, I know that. Hey, look. I'm expecting a therapy appointment. Okay, I forget the lunch. I just thought what looked like. Okay, I've been a nurse for a long time. It looked like hospital art on the wall. I'm just saying. That's what threw me off. Girl looked like she was sitting there for a hospital appointment. Just saying. I get all these silly things.
So my aunt wanted to show that she had the soup of the day, which was tomato and lentil, and she had a falafel sandwich on gluten-free bread. She loves it. And I had a pad thai, though it's not like
Is that the on or Pete's? I'm just teasing. Pete doesn't like healthy food. Oh gosh. I mean, this didn't even fill our girl up. She went home and ate 5 pizzas.
traditional pad thai, but it's like noodles with like a peanut kind of sauce with vegetables. It was actually really good. I thought this display at the tattoo place next door really cool. All right, time for my therapy appointment. I'm just waiting in the waiting room now.
Gosh. Okay, let's skip all this, Paul. We don't need the. No, this is very. Oh. Okay, I didn't realize she's gonna have a moment. All right, she's sitting on a graffiti bench. This is very urban-esque. This definitely sort of hit some of the British film noir types. There was like a certain like, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it. I used to remember there's a certain type of like theater or films in the 1960s in Britain, and Chantel is giving me that vibe.
Hey guys, so I just finished at my therapy session. Now, granted, when I made the appointment, I told them I was planning on making this an ongoing effort to address my mental health, because I was planning on staying here. So then the main focus of this.
Okay. She says she was planning on staying here. So that's my first thing I want to unpack. She had mentioned in Kuwait that she had upcoming mental health appointments on the 18th. So this has been something that's been standing. And I wonder if this is something that she made in Christmas time. And now the appointments came up and she is now, for whatever reason, whatever she's going to gain from it, she decided to follow through with this April the 18th appointment. It happened to coincide. I think she was almost trying to get out of it and get back to Kuwait. But I think she's gotten stuck with having to follow through. I don't know, girl. You are, well, we'll just let her keep talking because it's such a misuse of a time of a professional that could have actually gone to somebody that really needed it, other than it being used to play part of this person's game. Because that's all it is, to keep them happy, keep them happy. That's what I'm thinking. Just so
session, and the therapist was very on point. Just by little things I would tell her about my story, like a recent story, sort of the past 2 years. She talked about grief, grieving things that I still haven't really grieved.
Oh gosh. I would love to have been the fly in the wall for this one. I just, I'm just curious, what the appointment was attached to. I think the WLS is a really good theory because she did go live now after we've started to talk about it. So that's, I think, obviously we never know because she's such a, not somebody who's very truthful. So I wonder if she she managed to keep this appointment. She never canceled it. She's kind of come home to keep to it, and it's either to keep a husband happy in some way or family happy. Somebody's being, because it's not for her. She didn't care two hoots about showing up for this appointment. This was very much enforced on this person. She's been so flippant. If you hear her talk about the appointment that she had the other day and the appointment supposedly, we'll hear if she keeps talking about this appointment on the 23rd because she mentions it on occasion. And she was very flippant about this one, though. This is the only one where she specifically said what it was for. And she's been very, resistant, I think is the word. All right, keep going, Chantel.
Parts of me who I was. Not necessarily a bad thing, grieving, but sometimes when there's change, whether it's good or bad, you grieve parts of things that are changing.
The only thing that Chantel might be grieving is the fact that she's not making $20,000 a month for doing like just crazy stuff and being able to get Nada back. I think that's what she's grieving. I don't know what she's grieving. This could just be, I think, something that she used with the therapist, that I think that she told this to the therapist, that she just wants to get back to Kuwait. She's got to get back to Kuwait. She's got to get back. Of course, Salah, he's probably like, oh, God. I wanted to stay in Canada and get me to Canada. Why does she keep coming back to Kuwait? God dang it. And she's like, oh, I just got to get back. So she's going to even tell this therapist now, got to get back to Kuwait. And then they'll be like, well, of course you feel sad. You know, you miss your family. I mean, all this stuff that, you know. But then I'm thinking to myself, I'm sure these therapists are very adept to handling people. If it's definitely for WLS, you know, people that are, you know, potentially resistant to it, and whose maybe their families have convinced them to go in, because she keeps getting into the hospital for the diabetes. And this would be something that would help resolve that. So I think her family are genuinely concerned about her health, and they're telling her to address it. At least her aunt is trying to support her through this. But I feel like she's just using the aunt at the moment. It's sad.
But it was nice to have my feelings validated, especially since I don't know anybody really.
What do you mean have your feelings validated, girl? You don't know anybody. Well, she's going to finish this point. You go into your chat with your live streams right this minute, right now, to get your feelings validated by your community, Chantel, and your Beezers. You are always wanting to get your feelings validated. Your feelings are the only thing that you feel need to be validated. You don't care about anybody else's feelings. You don't care about your animals' feelings. Nothing. It's all about you. In fact, if you even having those animals and those pet companions is so that you feel validated by them. There's no other purpose for those poor pets, because you don't take care of them. If they're not giving you attention or validating you the way that you like, sweetheart, you're not happy with them. Howie doesn't give you attention like you like, so you don't really pay attention to Howie anymore. Julia, she doesn't really like the way you handle her. So even though you go on about Julia, she's not sitting curled up in your lap, ever looking comfortable, girl. That cat, you pick up and manhandle that poor little kitty, and that cat looks so upset. It's just a very kind cat who doesn't scratch the bejesus out of you. God. Sorry, sometimes I cannot validate your feelings. Is this what we needed? So do you use Canadian resources of healthcare so that you could be validated with your narcissism? Oh, great. Oh, lovely. Keep going.
Who understands me wanting to go back to Kuwait. But this therapist did. And she gave me a lot of reasons why I would want to go back there.
No, she's not going to give you any reasons why you go back there. You know how I know that, Chantal? Because I've actually been in therapy before, okay? And they don't tell you anything. They ask you what you want to do and what would be the decision you would want to make. And they guide you. They never tell you what to do. This is you, girl, all you. You're just hoping that there are people in your audience who are naive to having therapy and would not understand that a therapist isn't going to tell you anything about what to do. A therapist, a good therapist, is going to ask you to work through, ask you about, do you talk to your family and friends? They don't tell you anything. They ask questions to get you to tell. Yeah, girl, now I don't even know if she went into the appointment. If she did, she's like, I'm not going to be here anymore. I'm going back to Kuwait. I don't see the point of this. She probably went in there with an effing attitude. And the therapist is like, well, I understand. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe you want to reach out. And maybe she gave her some recommendations of things that she could do to potentially, you know, not feel lonely or, you know, isolated in Kuwait. Maybe she came up with some suggestions for her. But that's not what therapists do, girl. If you're a therapist, let me down below, but I don't think that's right. Not from my
based on what I told her. And my feelings were validated. And they also came up with a lot of resources for me to have access to healthcare remotely There's some binge eating program resources, addiction services.
Okay, binge BE resources. So did you mention something, Chantel? Well, then if this is the case, we've got to let YouTube know. Because you're not supposed to use that language, and you certainly shouldn't be out there doing mukbangs then. Because you are promoting a dangerous habit to people. So if you guys want to go down there and report her, because sometimes as reactors, we can't try not to cross the line into their lives in some way. And it's a very hard ethical issue for me because there's a lot of times that I feel that this person should be reported. And I feel this is one of them because she should not use this language. It is dangerous. She does not use trigger warnings. And she does she does what she calls beezing mukbangs. And her term beezing is just the word that she uses instead of BED to get away from her censorship at YouTube. But if that's what you're telling this person, girl, that's a problem. All right, keep going, girl.
And the adult mental health
Oh, and
program,
the addiction.
which is like covered by OHIP, it's like a year and a half wait.
Yeah, and the addiction part too. Yeah. Thank you, Bella Italian. I'm going to read your comment, Pat Ray, too. Yeah, just a lot. That's why I said there's a lot to, like, a lot of people skimmed past her stuff real fast, you know? Like, she's just one and done, you know, like I said. But there's a lot to listen to with what this person was trying to do to even manipulate the therapist. And we all know that this is not what would happen in an initial session. You're literally just, the therapist is getting to know the client. That's it. I'm probably asking you, like, what's your, you know, what comes to mind as your biggest, like, thing that you're trying to work through at this moment? What would be the reasons as to why you're here in therapy? So it would make sense if it was like WLS, and then she started to talk about the addictions, the BED. Okay. So that puts it into that sort of, potentially that was the appointment to start that WLS, you know, procedure, which she has no interest in doing. Even if she qualified. I mean, she qualifies for the non-surgical always, but she's about to supposedly leave the country. And I've understood you can't be out of Canada and taking therapy over the phone. That's what I've heard from Canadians. So all these things that she says she's going to be able to do from her apartment in another country may not potentially be true. Yeah, hot message. What did Kat say that was well said? Hold on, Pam made a really good point. Okay, here's Pat. I don't think she would believe that a therapist could genuinely help her with anything. That would mean she's not there to manipulate the therapist, which I think she'd see as her only goal. I don't think it was for the therapist at all. I think it was for whoever she's trying to keep happy, probably Aunt Phyllis, who was with her that day, who wants her to take care of her health, and probably said to her, well, if you want to stay at my house while you're here in Canada, because Aunt Phyllis is like taking her probably to the bird sanctuary. I think Aunt Phyllis is genuinely concerned with her health because she just had a visit to the emergency room. And she said she had been bouncing between relatives. It seems like she's gotten some more time with Aunt Phyllis and staying potentially there at night. And maybe there a little bit more because she's been able to get videos edited and we haven't seen her so much live streaming for the call. So it seems like I think she's been there, hanging there. And I think part of that may have been, well, you go, you get over here to your appointment because she's eating all these vegetarian and all these healthy restaurants that you would never see her in usually. That is not the go-to for this girl. This is starting to keep the auntie happy. And so she's taking her. And so, and I think it's a bargaining chip to stay at her home and do what she needs to do until she can hightail it back to Kuwait. And I think she's just probably hoping that she's going to make enough money. Maybe auntie is the only one taking her in. I think so. I mean, her mom might have let her bummed out on the couch the other day. But, from what I don't know much about Aunt Phyllis, but she's obviously twice gone to a vegetarian vegan restaurant, and I understand Phyllis is vegetarian, and she's having her taking all these little nature walks at the bird reserve, which isn't that far out from Cornwall. So I really have a feeling that the aunt is trying to get her to get better, healthier habits. And that's part of the condition of staying with her. And that was part of, and getting her over to this appointment, that she had no intention of ever continuing this battle. But she's got to wait until the 21st, 22nd to get paid from YouTube. See how much she knows how much money she's making, because you can see it add up as you go along through the month. So she knows exactly how much. She already knows how much is coming in. That's already been told to her. She knows exactly how much is coming in. So we don't know what the appointment on the 23rd is, because that would be like YouTube payday. So maybe she thought that appointment is a plane to Kuwait. Because I think that's where she wants to be. But she's just pulling everybody along while she gets whatever she needs to get done with her taxes. I don't think she's doing her taxes. Whatever she needs to, she's got something else potentially going on too. Legally, I wonder. Something's going on that she's staying to resolve. But she's having to play people so she can stay comfortable. And so she's keeping this appointment and playing with the aunt. But she's live. Yeah, we know. We're going to get in there. But we didn't want to feed into her narcissism quite yet. Oh, yeah. She heard us going live and talking about her appointment and her narcissism and blah-de-blah. So we probably got her raging, Bella. And we're excited about that. Let's continue on this, and we'll just get to the interesting parts.
So for like one-on-one counseling. So we'll just see. I have some resources. They also suggested help me pick out resources in Kuwait. So the focus is to also have access to some resources there, which there are community centers, but they're Islamic, So they made a good point that a lot of it's probably going to be through a religious perspective, which makes sense. And, being a revert, they suggested finding other revert expat groups that might be support. So they also started, I told them, socializing. I isolate a lot because socializing, getting out there is kind of overwhelming when I'm feeling, down. So they suggested just going out in public without socializing. So just going out more. So there's things I have that I have to work on, but I feel more confident having gone through this session. It's definitely not a waste of time. And they're one phone call away if I ever need another one.
Yeah, it was absolutely a waste of that therapist's time. You gained nothing from it, in my professional opinion. You just felt like you just got validated for whatever this game is you're up to. And now you're probably raging on a live stream about the fact I'm talking about you. So it just frustrates me, because I've had patients come in like this and misuse our time, and just coming in for evaluation for therapy. And I'm talking more like cardiac therapy, but it's therapy nonetheless, which would require assessment, physical assessments, time writing treatment plans, getting everything that I needed to do. And the patient really didn't, has very little interest and never is seen again. So it can be frustrating, but you just understand that's how it is. There could be a multitude of reasons why somebody could not continue, but we kind of know with Chantel, she just, there's no way that somebody as problematic and narcissistic and as manipulative and as toxic as this individual, that one therapy session was going to fix all the problems that she got going on. That's going to suddenly make her a more social and just a vibrant person once she gets back to Kuwait. She's just going to be walking. She's going to be, getting to know people at the community center. She's going to be doing like jumble sales. She's going to be raising money for the, victims of whatever she wants. She's going to be doing it all after one therapy session. Yeah, that really corrected you, girl.
One whenever I need it. So yeah,
come on in.
That's my therapy update.
Right.
It's actually super nice out here. It's rainy, gloomy.
God, yes. She probably was hoping, Bella, you're probably right about that. A lot of therapists, they can't write for medications like that unless they're a psychiatrist. And so a lot of times if they're counselors, depending on, a nurse practitioner or a doctor has more chance of writing the psychiatric drugs than the actual therapist. But I think she probably thought she could go in there and tell me how anxious she was, and they'd give her like maybe some Xanax scripts or something. She probably didn't realize a therapist can't write for that. I don't know in Canada, but I know in the United States, a lot of your therapists can't write for medications like that. That's going to come through your doctors or something like, because they don't have the scripting authority to do that. So, yeah, you might have got disappointed on that one, Chantel. Good point, Bella, tell you.
But I love it. I love getting fresh air.
Okay. All right. Now we get to finish. All right. Throwback Thursday, my first trip to Kuwait. And so she has a 10-minute, 42-second video. Okay. And we don't even know if this is against YouTube's terms, but she hit 7 minutes 26. Okay. Now, for any of you who are not familiar with YouTube, I believe it's 8 minutes that you have to get my videos. I just talk, so I never have to worry. But Chantel's here was going to be like 30 seconds under a minute. And I guess or the 8 minute mark. And I guess she just did not have any more filler footage. Not even from the bird park, the bird sanctuary. So she decided just to give about 3+ minutes of Kuwait stuff. So yeah, excellent. All right. If you guys want to grab a drink real quick, I'm gonna bring up her live stream. I'm gonna start it from the beginning. My doctor no longer gives out Xanax. He only gives out clonazepam. She's not gonna want that one, girl. She's not gonna want that. She's gonna want either the she's gonna want to have she's gonna want the Xanax or the Ativan. Trying to think of the Ativan's generic name. It slipped my mind. So I'm just going to stick with the old brand names over here. She wants the goodies. Lorazepam probably wouldn't even touch her. There we go. I finally remembered Ativan. Lorazepam just comes out when you don't even think about it. Lorazepam wouldn't even touch her. She needs something. She needs like, I promise you, I could put her out, but that's, the Lorazepam. Thank you. Yeah. All of the things have changed. Oh, Mrs. Muerta, thank you. On the first visit to Chinks, you accomplished all this. Sure, Jan. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, she's one and done, girl. Somebody with the immense amount of issues that all girl Chantel has was able in one therapy session just to get it all done. I promise you, I've had a lot of therapy over the years. And therapy is not like that. You don't unpack like that. And a lot of times it might be just about what you are moving forward with. When I went through my divorce in Mexico, I was just moving through not even the issues of my marriage, just the issues about how to end my marriage and then how to move forward. And then we talked about how would I be able to construct that plan. And that's often what therapy does, because you need that third party to sometimes get you, and they'll ask you, well, have you spoken to your friends and family about it? What do they think? Do you know what I mean? There's so much more involved. I've had a lot of, I've been very fortunate with having good workers' benefits, or even when I was a nursing student, we had a counselor that we could see in order to help us, get through nursing school. And since I was an independent adult and very alone, while I was trying to get through a very hard course of study and still work and pay my mortgage and everything else with no support systems. I mean, I really have no support systems. And I hear people laughing like, oh, I'm all alone and I got like a husband and kids. And I'm like, no, I'm really alone. Like all my family, like pretty much not in this country or deceased. And I've no children, no spouse, no siblings. I mean, when I talk about being alone, I'm like talking about being alone. Anyway, so yeah, Thank you. Yeah, first visit. Yeah. Pat Ray says to Pat Ray, Life and Vibe definitely needs to be advised on the aunt before girl world hears her speaking well of her, saying aunt is a good influence. Oh, she's got degenerate predatory behavior. Well, the behavior part, I don't know. The only thing that I can see that she's been influencing her to do is to walk and eat a little bit healthier. Which are the only two things that I would. Oh, thank you, Raven Lunatic. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super chat. She says, do you think she's trying to get WLS for salad? No. I don't think she wants to look attractive for him at all. I don't think she cares. Otherwise, she wouldn't be continuing to eat such huge quantities of food. She would have had an excellent time to have been away from all of her, bad vices, except for food. So she just really delved into that one. I don't think she cares enough about him. I think he's just somebody who's being able to get her an opportunity to get out of Canada and away from some of her problems that she just may not want to deal with. I think she doesn't want to adult is kind of what I'm thinking. And as long as she's over there in Kuwait, she can get away from all the sort of mess that's here in Canada with the money she owes. Because she's at some point going to have to pay back that money. She's going to have to. Yeah. She's called 12-year-old men. The aunt is I'm sure she is. I promise you. She's related to Chantal and she's still supporting this person whose family should not be enabling her. But the only thing that I see is that she at least is eating a vegetarian meal, which I would recommend for a diabetic, and getting exercise, which I would recommend. So somehow the aunt is trying to keep her, herself healthy and trying to get her daughter. I don't know if any of this, I'm not saying I don't have any support for any of these people. I don't know the aunt. I just see what she's up to. She's manipulating the aunt too. They all deserve each other, probably. He's a prop. Absolutely. He's just a prop. He's just the first. My thought is that, and everyone says that, she wanted to make Nada jealous. And so she found this guy on Global Tinder. He's a romance scammer. She's a con artist, kind of, needing to get, thinking that I always kind of go between she wanted to make this other guy jealous, but why would she then leave Canada? Did she think leaving Canada was going to make this guy chase after her to the ends of the earth, Or is she got a lot of stuff going on in Canada that she was trying to get away from, legally speaking, like taxes and bankruptcies and so forth? She still has all that stuff. So it's very easy then for her to leave all of that problem behind and go sit in, an apartment in another country. And I always wondered, does Kuwait have extradition with Canada? So if she was ever required legally to be there, would Kuwait be able to, extradite her? Because that's always interesting. People often pick countries that they can't be extradited from for legal purposes. So I just always think, because really, what would you think? Unless really what she just wants to do is sit and eat. And this is a perfect opportunity. And she's thinking it's less expensive for her. And she's got this guy who's willing to wait on her hand and foot in a way that she may not be able to find in Canada. Because, guys are already there in Canada. Why would he be wanting to sit on your hand? And, and she wants a guy who's attractive. She don't want Pete's. That's not going to help her image out. She wants a young, attractive guy waiting on her hand and foot while she just hangs out like Queen of Sheba. That's what I really think. And that's why I think she just wants to get back. She don't care about the aunt. She don't care about Salah. She don't care. At the end of the day, I think the thing with Nada, just getting him back was just to get at Didi. I don't think she even cares about him. She don't care about anyone. She's a narcissist. No, Kuwait does not have an extradition treaty with Canada. So that means if she were in Kuwait, and Canada wanted to do anything legal about her, then they would never be able to get her out of. It wouldn't extradite her. It's always interesting. She was running away. Yes. Yeah, absolutely messy. I think she was running away. And she can't but run so far because you can't, I think she thought she was like going to like a Latin American country where she could just like disappear off and, suddenly become a teacher like somewhere. And, it's very different, and never get caught and them not chase up after your visa, you bribe somebody, I mean, not to say that, but Kuwait, she doesn't have any influence in that country, but she can sit there and, tell her followers, like, look at me, but they're bored with her content too. But I don't even think she cares about that. I think she's just looking for somebody who can take care of her and get her out of Canada and to get her away with whatever she has to deal with here. I don't think she's being responsible going to H&R Block and filing her taxes. I think she wants to be out by the 23rd before the 30th of April before even taxes are due. I think she wants to skedaddle from it all. I don't know. I'm just curious to see, because that appointment on the 23rd, what is that appointment? She's not taking care of her health. She's not following up with a doctor. She's not getting a diagnosis for sciatica. She got whatever medication she needs to supply herself for enough months and buy herself some more time out of Canada. Because I can't imagine what her back taxes are owed. And now she owes for this past year too, for 2023. So they just keep adding on up. And at some point, I understand that Canada's going to give her enough rope to hang herself, and then they're going to come down really hard on her. So maybe she is trying to find out ways to permanently immigrate out to Kuwait, so she doesn't have to deal with whatever going on in Canada, and get to Kuwait and be able to avoid anything that she owes in Canada, even though she'll take her YouTube money through Canada. That's just my theories. Is that what you think about Italia too? All she has to do is make it 10 years for a tax evasion to be expunged. Ah, interesting. Interesting. And maybe she is trying to find a way to get 10 years out of the country and get away with not having to pay all that back tax back. So she's very happy to become a travel vlogger for the next decade. She's got a year in, I guess, to try to just keep evading these taxes. So I think maybe at the crux of it is her evading her taxes and whatever she needs to do to manipulate everybody around her, because she don't have the money to pay these taxes. She don't have a real job. This just keeps piling on up. The more she earns on YouTube, the more tax she owes to the Canadian government. So I think she's and looking for a caregiver. Absolutely. I think it's a combination of the two, Messy. I think she's looking for the caregiver that will give her the YouTube like soap opera, appearance to the audience for all these ladies who probably, all feel, whoever living in like, oh, you've got that good looking young man and this, who value relationships and having a man and having a partner, Like they think I was terrible. I haven't dated anybody in like 3 years and I don't even care. My self-worth, let's put it this way, is not from having a partner, thankfully, because otherwise I'd be sorely losing if I put my self-worth just on that. And because you can't force people to like you or you can't force people to love you. So anyway, so I think I think she found a country that did not have an extradition treaty with Canada. I think she started to go into global tender, probably into countries that didn't have these treaties, knowing that she owed taxes and also looking for somebody that she could manipulate and think that, and who was trying to play a game with her, and knowing that that person's trying to play like a scam with her would potentially be in it for the long game, to make sure they're getting their return on investment. So I think Salah's he doesn't want to be her caretaker. Okay. This is not, even though he's getting the apartment, the car, all of these things in Kuwait, I think he's probably having a blast without her there. And I think the second she comes home, he's miserable. I think he's miserable. And I think that's why she has to keep like pretending that she's off to see immigration and do these things and trying to get him to Canada. She keeps saying she wants to go back to Kuwait because maybe she's telling him, well, we don't want people to know that we're planning to get you to Canada because, you know, we don't want people to ruin that. So we'll just keep saying, I want to live in Kuwait and we're going to stay in Kuwait, but really we're going to get you to Canada. And then in reality, she's not doing anything to try to get this man to Canada. No, she can't get him to Canada. She's been like, yeah, my aunt's going to sponsor you. And that's probably why she got all this shit with the aunt too. You know, because he's probably not talking to the aunt. He don't know any difference. This woman don't care what she says. This is what, you know, and then she's like, and then he's like, so he thinks he's getting something from her, which he is, because he's getting a nice car and an apartment, but he gets Chantel in the deal, which he hates probably. But she gets a chance to get out of Canada and maybe, like you said, Pam, try to get 10 years and get this thing expunged. And if she can't get 10 years out of the country, then she's going to potentially have to pay the taxes if she gets back to Canada. She has no interest in being in Canada. So she talks about this international travel and all this stuff, but she's so unhealthy. She can't get that pull because the narcissism, you know, and the other stuff that she does not address. And this is part of the reason why these sort of people get in trouble, because they do stuff like this. Her narcissism meant that she thought she was too good to even take care of her taxes or put money aside for her taxes because she'd rather do what she needed to do with that money. I promise you, when everybody else was buying cars with their money that came in initially from COVID, I think that we got sent like a check or something. I don't know. I had a like nursing business at a time, and it was my own business. And I put that money aside to pay the taxes on my business. I didn't go out and get like a nice outfit or anything. I literally got money from the government and sent it back to the government. But I'm deadly responsible like that. So that's the difference. That's probably why I've had a mortgage for over 21 years on the same home, you know, because I'm very responsible with my debt. But I think she's not. And I think she is trying to find a caretaker, get a country with no extradition treaty to Canada, and avoid that huge tax bill that she has as best she can. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. What's Miss Murta say? She wants to eat the food, smoke the weed, and collect the birthday present in Canada too. Oh, that too. That too, Mrs. Murta. Oh, that's just part of that's just a little bit of, you know, a little cherry on the top right there. You know, make some content, get home, you know, get him thinking, oh yeah, that too. She gets a little break every once in a blue moon and gets to go home and be her regular self, you know? She can't really stand having to be a modest woman in Kuwait. Kills her to have to do that. You know, having to sit there. That's why her food addiction's gone so wild, because she can't imbibe any of her other addictions. The girl needs to understand why she has addictive behaviors, and she's never going to get to the bottom of it. And it's obviously very deep rooted. And now she's 40, so the likelihood of her addressing anything, since she's been so therapy resistant, which we see now, one and done. I'm fixed now. That is a completely almost like textbook case of this type of, you know, person. It's like, and her child be like, "You're such a queen. You went to therapy." It's like, gosh, it's like a meet and greet. It's not even a therapy session. It's not even anywhere near therapy. The therapist doesn't even have a. That's crazy. It's craziness. She's got the duper's delight. What would Bella Wolf say? The duper's delight on this one is insane. Well, she's sitting there in that restaurant. She looked like she was duping delighting everyone. I think she looks like, somebody said she looks like a Teletubby, and I agree. The IRS would go directly to the source of your income and take it. CRA might eventually do it. We have an agreement with Canada. Okay. Oh, the IRS. Well, that's the IRS. I don't think Kuwait. Yeah, America, I promise you, IRS is going to get their money. One thing you don't ever mess with is the IRS. I promise you. I did my own taxes and stuff, and I promise you, I've never messed with the IRS. That's the first person who gets paid. I still have my poll up. Oh Lord, let me take it down. Thank you. All right, thank you guys. All right, thank you, thank you. Let me end that poll. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Look out. Okay, let's go see her live. Oh gosh, we got 722 watching. She must be raging. She hasn't been live all week. She's been putting out these videos. She's been holding this one in, guys. Let's see what she's going to give us. Okay. All right, we're going to go back. We're going to actually go back to the beginning. We're going to I'm going to put her to, hold on. I'm going to put her at 1.25 just because she's slow. She's probably going to say hi. She's still live. She's in the call. She went live right after we started talking about her. She came into my chat. Oh, let's see what she says. Let's see. I'm kind of looking forward to this one. All right. You go, girl. Hi.
Well, anyway.
Oh, Miss Murta again. Thank you, Mrs.
Hey,
Murta.
Mama,
You're
with your
so
best.
kind. I really appreciate it. You don't know how much I appreciate it. So Mrs. Murta has her theory, and I love it. We all have to have theories. And, this is like, promise you, it's like we're watching Twin Peaks, okay? Do you remember the Twin Peaks era? And everyone was like, what's going on? It's like a low budget David Lynch we got going on here. Real low budget. Mrs. Murta says, theory. The therapy session is to qualify for WLS because she thinks it's the quick and easy way to lose weight so she can eat more. I would like to think it was probably that session for sure. Okay. Because she talks about in that video we just saw, she mentioned the BED and the addiction. So I think we're on the right track that it was potentially because she talks about trying to get that surgery back in December. So I think this was an appointment that she made. The appointment never became canceled. And I think she potentially knew she was going to be coming home because it would be the end of the visa run and it would be her birthday. And she'd be able to come home and, kill a couple of birds with some stones and get herself back out to Kuwait. But I don't think she's going to ever care about losing weight. So not when you just hear her rattle that paper bag. There is no way that you can, and the thing is, I think too, Mrs. Muerta, that she may believe it's quick and easy, but unfortunately, I don't think that she would ever qualify in Canada as a candidate for it. Not for the surgery, because she is too unhealthy. She has that diabetes alone, girl, which is so unmanaged, would make her healing from a weight loss surgery really hard. And she would have to do like Tammy Slayton work. Okay. And she is nowhere near that. I mean, she needs to be an inpatient individual. She's like beyond just, auntie's walks and veggie meals. In Texas would be her only, disqualify her due to the pulmonary embolism history. She is far too dangerous on the table. No surgeon or anesthesiologist, nobody's going to risk that. Yeah, the fact that she's thrown a pulmonary embolism that's a no-no. She's a huge, and those surgeries are long. She could not go under for any extended period of time unless it was for an emergency situation, like from a traumatic car accident or something. But otherwise, she's not a candidate for surgery at all. I can't imagine. She'd have to have a specialized team. But then again, she said she's had a pee. Some of these people have been younger than her on these shows. Believe it or not, younger than Chantal. She's gotten big. When you looked at her, that picture of her in that window, and then pictures of her from just a couple of years ago, when she was going out to Kuwait, she's almost like twice the size it looks like. It's a huge difference. Huge difference. Yeah, she's certainly Delulu. fact, every time I watch My Sick Number, I'm shocked at how they don't seem to get weight loss surgery as hard work. They just think they can mosey on in. Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Mrs. Huerta. I think there's just this, you know, the media likes to show things being really easy, like take a Ozempic, lose weight, you know, just it's, and those of us who are in the profession realize it's not that simple, but it's easier to sell a simple message to people. And I know that weight loss is there's so much involved in it. So much. And a lot of it is involved because if you want the success of the patient, you don't want to go in, put this very vulnerable population, you know, as far as their health, and put them into under anesthesia, put them into this long surgery without them having addressed the bigger issues. And she mentioned her BED, which I think now would negate her from being a qualifier for the surgery. Because I think somebody said that if you tell the folks in Canada that you have a disorder and you're not addressing that, then they're not going to bring you into weight loss surgery, because the fear is that you could, you know, do harm to the surgical site because you don't have the control for the food. And so, you know, one thing is like just, you know, somebody who says, you know, I just, you know, have bad eating habits, I've gained weight, you know, and doesn't really sort of have the sort of mental component that Chantel is trying to talk about with the BED. That's very different, I think, than somebody who's just maybe not shown great portion control and, you know, maybe's become sedentary. And, you know, we see it a lot with ladies here, but they've not become Chantel's size either. They don't mukbang. All right, let's keep her. Yeah, there's no quick fix. None of it. None of it's a quick fix. And even if she had that procedure, they have very specific diets. I had a nursing instructor who had I want to say, I don't think it was the sleeve. She had the one where they actually sew up part of the stomach, you know, and literally like sew it up and make the stomach much smaller, because there's all different types of, you know, there's a few different procedures. And so I think she had the one that actually kind of sewed up the stomach and made the stomach actually much smaller of an organ. So it would make sure that you wouldn't want to eat as much, you fill up very quickly. And she'd have these very measured portions of food that she would eat at lunch and stuff and she would tell you, I have to stay very measured, because if I don't, then the work of the surgery will not be effective. And then you have to think, well, if you've made your stomach smaller, then some of the things that the stomach does to absorb nutrients, you've also reduced that as well. So there's all sorts of things that have to be considered. And somebody like Chantel she's just not a good candidate. She can't comply to anything. She can't keep her diabetes in check. There's no way nobody's going to put her under a table for weight loss surgery. Not in a million years. I don't even think they do it. I mean, she'd have to literally go to a country that had no ethics in surgery.
I have lunch in a brown paper bag. You know what's going to be
answers the question.
Paper bag. I'm starving. I haven't eaten today.
Oh, God.
Hello, Orange Pulp, Mila, everyone. I have a turkey sandwich from a bakery that makes the best freaking sandwiches in town.
I think that doorstop sandwich says everything we need to know about her wanting weight loss surgery. Chantel don't want no weight loss surgery. She just wants people off her dang back.
So, check this
out.
Wait a second. Oh, it's monstrous. Yes. It's a turkey and cheese with lettuce, mayo, and butter on homemade bread. It's like huge.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Oh, hi,
Thank
Tina,
you.
Justine,
Stomach
Michelle,
bypass.
Neil,
Thank you.
Charlene,
Thank you,
Heather,
Desiree.
Lisa,
Thank you.
Gemini Gem. Hi, Tracy. J Mel. Yeah, that's a sandwich. Melis, Mistress of the Dark. Hello. Hi, Karen. Hi, Maddie. Yes. Hi, Carrie, Joanne, Brittany, Elaine, Kiki. Hey, Jade, Stephanie. What in the YouTube? Yeah, Kiki.
Well, it's so good to know that Chantal just let us know in the last video she has a BED and an addiction issue. And now we see her here with a doorstop size turkey club sandwich. How is she getting this content out on YouTube? How? How is she? I'm telling you guys, if you really don't like Chantal, I don't care as a reactor. I'll find other people to react to. But if you want to take her down, she shouldn't be talking about BEDs and then sitting here with a doorstop. Look at all that mayonnaise.
Yeah, let's try
bread.
I'm
Look
like
at the
so
bread.
hungry.
I mean, that's the other thing. Okay, just every time. The size of that bread is just like Chantal might as well just have two slices of sugar sitting in her hands as a diabetic. Just two big old slices of sugar. Her diabetes is just eating her up at the moment. She is so polyphagia. It's wild. It's on top of her having the mental part, okay? So she's got a mental component, and then the actual sort of disorder that she has is going to make that craving even worse. So it's like that disorder feeds into the other disorder in a really very toxic cycle. And she's one and done on therapy. And this is, and she's going to get some more resources because this doesn't look like this. Looks like somebody that therapy session was very beneficial for them. Because the only thing, remember, she just wants to get to Kuwait, guys. She's just got to go see that husband.
Oh my gosh. Bismillah.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
And that's the back. And that's not even the backup sandwich.
What?
And there's another sandwich like that in the car. That's just the one she's going to show on camera, guys. Okay? We know there's a second one. It's probably got beef in it. It's probably a roast beef sandwich or something. So she knows it isn't halal. She's probably got pastrami. She's probably hit up a deli or something. She got something that's not halal. And she's not going to show it to the audience. Gil, you're so bad. Oh, looks like she may have gotten diarrhea.
Welcome to them, Sarah, Betty, Elenia. I have to eat the Kia lettuce because it's the only vegetable I get. Hey, Lady J,
see, when she's not with the family, she's like a piece of iceberg is suddenly a vegetable. Like, I better eat this because all the vegetables I'm going to get. Girl, it's iceberg. It's like this for the crunch. It's very low. It might have a little minerals in it or something, but the iceberg is the lowest of all the lettuces for nutrition. That's there for the crunch, girl. There's nothing else on that.
Turkey. Stephanie, this is my lunch and breakfast. Not rock bottom, believe me. Yo, I need napkins. Hi, Colleen.
I mean, I don't think it's unhealthy to eat a sandwich if you're not, having doorstop bread like that. And, I think certain breads like sourdough bread, I think a lot of to do with the bread that you eat, how often you eat them. I think if you're not a type 2 diabetic, there's nothing wrong. I love the Mediterranean veggie sandwich at Panera. I just get rid of the feta cheese. I get rid of the tomato basil. I put it on country sourdough, add in more veggies extra, and it's a really good sandwich. Tons and tons of veggies. So I think if you're, somebody, I don't think it's, certain breads. It's just when you get to these, highly processed white breads. Now that came from a bakery. So it looks like a country white loaf. So I think it's a lot to do with the grain. Sourdough, though, they say is not bad for you at all. So, if you can find, I have a bakery close here that does really good sourdough bread. And I get it every once in a blue moon and enjoy a thin slice of that with some avocado for avocado toast and stuff. And I don't think it's terrible, but I think it just depends on which ones you're eating and if it has high fructose in it, and is it just white bread? Sometimes even the brown bread is just white bread with brown, So I think it's about the quality of the bread, a lot of different things. But for Chantel, this is not a good plan for her because of the size of that crust I'm seeing is just enormous. See, that crust could be, I mean, for her, she needs to not be eating this. For most of us who are controlled, probably are busy and working throughout the day, I don't see sandwich being a bad thing at all. Thank you, Lord Sandwich, for inventing them.
I found something.
Oh, so good, Bella.
Did you?
Yes. Okay. Sourdough is
I'm
better
gonna
for
use my
diabetic.
shirt.
Yes, that's what I thought. I love. Yes. And that doesn't look like sourdough. That looks like country white.
You get a turkey sub? Hi, Ava. Sorry, my bad, Brittany.
Right. Girl,
Hey, Brenda.
Jinxie. I don't know about you, but if it's a good fresh piece of bread, the crust is probably my favorite part. Sometimes. The crust and the inside, all of it. Girl, she's loving that crust. She can't wait. Look at how she's taking almost half of that thing down while talking to her visits, her chat. Nothing changed. Okay, let's see what she's got to say.
What? I didn't wake up at 2. I woke up at like 9:30. Oh my god. I can't eat this. No, it's rainy and cool. The sandwich is on the big side, but at least it's like healthier. Like it's just whole wheat bread.
Huh? Oh, sorry, guys. I got the wrong tab up. Hold on. Let me get back to this one. Hit the wrong tab. Sorry, guys.
Actually,
I was sorry.
I
I'm
lost a lot of weight.
shocked that she said that was brown bread.
Granted, I was
healthier. Chantel, stop lying. Okay, girl. Nobody thinking you eating doorstop sized bread is going to be good for you as a diabetic type 2, unmanaged, uncontrolled. Just please. Your audience is not that dumb, sweetie.
I'm doing very physical work. I purposely picked the physical job.
Whole week can be white.
Be a challenge.
Yeah.
I didn't want an office job. So then when I was doing the job, I was like, why did I pick this? But it was rewarding.
Yeah.
I used to bring for lunch every day almost.
Yeah.
We made homemade whole wheat bread, like thick, like this. Hummus. We made hummus, cheese.
No, you didn't. Don't lie. Was this an episode of Degrassi High by any chance? Because I've worked out any story she tells from her childhood is probably an episode of Degrassi High. So I've always said, if there's any Degrassi savants out there, just let me know every time. Because this girl out here saying that she's making like hummus. This looks like maybe it's got a little bit of a brownie tinge, but it's like one of those like brown white breads, if you know what I mean. So she's just fooling herself. She got brown bread. The other sandwich is white and with pork, I promise you. This is the show I'm healthy sandwich.
And I still lost weight.
This is the lie sandwich.
Hi, everybody.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Well, that depends.
There's no proper way to eat this sandwich.
Yeah, there is a proper way to eat a sandwich, actually. Chantel, let me let you know. Because I've ate sandwiches at Selfridges in London. And it's with a knife and fork, actually. Proper way to eat a sandwich, when especially a big old doorstop like that. Believe it or not, when you go to a nice restaurant in the UK, they give you a knife and fork for a sandwich, girl. Okay? And usually they don't have crust on. Like, they will look at you funny if you pick up a cucumber sandwich and eat that with your hands. You better get your little knife and fork out and eat that thing proper. Just let you know, nice places in the UK. You pick up a sandwich by your hands, and you just let everyone know that you don't know how to eat a sandwich. Okay, just letting you know.
I'm not going on Ozempic again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. I know.
So anyways, guys.
I know. She could absolutely choke. The way she's so crunched up, too, in that Kia on that big old piece of crust. And the way she tries to eat such big pieces and she doesn't really chew because she probably has abscess teeth. And her mouth is probably really sore because she does not get good dental care. And you cannot go up to 40 years old and not and do the type of food and eating and sugar that Chantel has and expect that your mouth is going to be, in great health. It's not. It's gotta hurt. Oh God, can you imagine trying to Heimlich Chantel? Chantel is the type that I just gonna get her with the corner of the chair and just get that thing right on the corner of the chair. I'm not even gonna try to get under her. I'm just gonna shove the chair right up there to pop out anything because that'd be the only way to move anything out of her system. She can't get around her to Heimlich her either. So you literally are going to have to get her against a hard surface and shove her diaphragm so hard up to try to get anything to push up through the esophagus to get that choke thing dislodged. Because there's nobody who's going to be arms long enough to get around her to Heimlich her. Okay, that's what we get taught in medical school to do. If you're a larger person, you start to choke. A lot of us aren't going to be able to get our hands around you to get enough of a thrust to get anything that's lodged out. So there's only one choice, and that is that we've got to get a hard object. It means that we can break bones on the way and try to get that force against that because we can't use our hands. Just a thought, Chantel.
What's up? Hey, Andre Marie. Hi, Jackie.
Oh, God.
OG, hello. Hi, Ash.
Yeah, it's scary.
Volunteer. Yeah, I got to feel better. And then as soon as I feel better.
I think we could all see our faces probably just shaking as she took that just enormous bite of sandwich down. Just insane. She's eating her feelings. She hasn't been able to get it. She must be out of the aunt's house today with no appointments because she's out in the car mukbanging and going live. She's been busy the last few days, I think, with her planner. Her aunt probably had her write it in the planner too. So put it in your planner. Yeah, her teeth hurts. Yeah,
I will give a lot of myself.
No, she never has any content. She just tells people that she has BED and then comes on the next day and eats a sandwich for everyone. So we get to experience it with her. And it's dangerous for those who actually do, which is why someone like Rose Thorn Reacts has to come out of my chat and stuff, because this would trigger people who actually have these disorders. So she don't care about that either. She never trigger warnings. I trigger warning all my videos because I think it's should be known for the audience to know that this person is very problematic. We laugh about her because she is so problematic because she thinks she's pulling a fast one on very smart people. And that's not possible. That's,
Oh, the sandwich was $8.
Oh, sandwich $8. Right. That's what
I'm doing. I'm starting.
And that's what I've always thought too. is that and that's one of the things I think I first ever said about her and the BED was that I thought there was sometimes a component of shame and that, because of it, and they would hide and not let people see obviously the quantities of food that they would consume. And so but and then there's obviously ones that also then do the binge and the purge. So there's a lot more complexities. I just think she uses it sometimes as a term to get away with being a little bit of a glutton and a food addict, which could be very different from BED. But she's one therapy session and done. She's never going to get to the bottom of it. The problem becomes is when she uses that BED language and actually uses the word in a video and then comes out and does this, because YouTube doesn't like that. The YouTube does not want her. She's gotten in trouble for it in the past. So she's got to be very cautious. YouTube doesn't want to promote that type of sort of bad behavior out of its creators that could be triggering and complicit to other people's bad behaviors, if that makes sense.
This is like a restart. I'm restarting like.
Oh, Mrs. Muerta, thank you
journey?
again. You're so sweet.
Tell.
Let me read this question. And Bella Talia, chip in too, because she's an excellent pharmacist. Would Ozempic be a good option for Chantel? I think that she would probably be the Wegovy route, which is the weight loss one. I think the Wegovy is a slightly larger dosage. But I think she tried it before, Mrs. Muerta, and she didn't like it because it stopped her from wanting to eat. So I think she doesn't want to do anything to correct anything. She has no desire to correct any of this. None. She's no desire. This woman's had so many close medical calls and it still doesn't stop her. She is so deep into this, whatever. She just, this is her coping mechanism, okay? Some people, she just essentially does not have a very healthy coping mechanism along with all her other personality styles, I think, which stop her from finding the right solution to be able to cope with this because she's too resistant to things like therapy. So that's why I think, and then she's resistant to medical care because it's not just therapy, it's medical care she's also resistant to. She doesn't really follow through with her diabetic care. She doesn't follow through with what she should do for PEs because she flies all the time. Long distance flights, which is highly dangerous for people who have that type of history. She's just, sits, it's just like she really doesn't want to do anything. She just says whatever she thinks she can, I think, to garner her sympathy. So I think that even though you could think it could be beneficial for her, those drugs and the way their mechanism of action is and how they kind of slow the gastric system down so you feel fuller faster is very contra. And then you can feel very nauseated with it too. Very nauseated. I've had friends of mine who've been on the medications, and those of you probably had people that who've been on it. A lot of nausea with it, especially when you first start taking the drug, because it's changing that peristaltic movement too in the stomach. And so it's like slowing everything down, slowing the gastric system down. And if anybody knows about like heart failure and anything where you're having gastroparesis, any type of slowing of the stomach, anything of that nature, it causes you horrible nausea. Your stomach wants to be doing this nice little peristaltic waves all the time. It's like moving. Your stomach is moving constantly moving. And and that's what makes it feel comfortable. And when it slows down like that, it can be very difficult. And unless you have the willpower to kind of work through some of the sort of initial sort of discomfort as the medication starts to work in your body, then you probably do very well. But Chantel is not going to get through being uncomfortable. Chantel does not like to be uncomfortable. So yeah, this sounds unpleasant. Yeah, constant. Yeah. I've not, and then there's a risk of blood clots too. Oh gosh. Well, then that's a solid X. Then who put her on Wegovy? Supposedly she said she was on Ozempic at one point. That's interesting. Maybe that was a lie too. Because I can't imagine her doctors in Canada would have prescribed it if it was contraindicated. But it's amazing what happens though, because one time, and this is just an aside, we'll get back to her. I had it, Bella, that one time I had a patient who was had a motor vehicular crash, was with a VP shunt, all sorts of different, like, I think it was the VP shunt might have been potentially. She had a baclofen pump. I mean, we're talking about the whole shebang going on. This person lost like a big portion of her brain. I won't even tell you how young this young lady was. But they prescribed her because they were scared because she was obviously not getting up and walking. Obviously, they wanted to prevent for DVT. So they put her on Xarelto. And I read the Xarelto package, and it was very clearly contraindicated, I think, for a patient with a VP shunt or one of the disorders, something that she had. And the Xarelto was very contraindicated for it. And I was surprised that had been the drug. And they realized, I think they turned around and put her on Eliquis. So even, sometimes that's why it's good that your pharmacist sometimes reviews stuff too. Because sometimes it gets missed. Like I said, I had a very fragile patient prescribed a medication for blood thinning that was contraindicated with the types of comorbidities that she was managing at the time. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's keep going. Chantel's lies. I got the healthy brown sandwich. I got the white bread and the pork in the back seat. Girl, we already know you got 2 sandwiches, especially from that good bakery. $8 a piece. You bought 2 of those.
Glow up. But I'm being realistic and starting with like, hi, little Nitty. Thanks, Elventi. With something small but effective, like planning what I'm going to eat.
Right.
So planning helps so much for someone like me with food, with my particular food issues, because I am like obsessed with food planning and food, right? So this, I plan like in a neat little agenda, what I'm going to eat throughout.
Okay. Do you hear this? I'm just going to let her roll. Okay. You know what I'm thinking. When she's sitting here talking about how much she plans her day for eating. Who is she trying to fool now? She trying to show that one session had her like coming out here being like the expert on managing her diet and her addiction issues. Girl, you're sitting here trying to talk about that while you ate a sandwich. Jesus Christ. Sandwich didn't look that healthy, okay? So if you thought you were underlining a point that, look at me, I'm coming out here and having a healthy turkey sandwich on brown bread. Girl, no. Okay. Where's your planner, too? I want to see it written in the planner. Since you're such a planner. Where's the planner?
The day. And
right.
So it's structured. It's still also structured, which is really good. And it's a bit of routine. And
did she look structured when she was rolling around trying to find that ice cream cone the other day? And she had like the phone on the seat when she was running around to the toilet and stuff. I don't know. That didn't look very structured to me. That looked like this, like somebody on a, just a moment trying to find ice cream. Like, shit, finished my pizza. Let's go get ice cream now. Yum, Cold Stone Creamery. That's not somebody who plans their day, sweetheart. Please, so here's Chantel here. One therapy session, guys. She's an expert at planning her meals now. Let's listen to Queen Planner. Tell us how she does it.
It also makes me like look forward to what I can have, for the whole day. But it's still, I'm trying to pick, like, I'm trying to eat, like, drink, like, only water, no diet soda, no juices, nothing like that. And like little things like this, like little tweaks to begin with. So, yeah, stuff like that. I don't know. So this big, huge sandwich. Yeah, I was planning on having this for a while. Man, you have to eat this. If you ever come in the area, you have to. They have all kinds of sandwiches, but they make everything. I don't know about the turkey, though. I don't think they can make a turkey, but you're having so lot for clout. Look at this sandwich! Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. The bread is high in fiber. Anyway.
Well, we get to see her just blow out her addictions right here, guys, right in front of us. It's the health queen over here. She plans her days. This is awesome. It's such a loss.
I can't avoid carbs altogether because I don't want to have ketoacidosis. Is that how you get it?
Yeah, more. There's more.
Stephanie, that might be your best bet. You know?
Yeah.
Squeaky. Thanks, Eric. Meep. They make their sandwiches like this.
Yeah, that's the one sandwich, and then she probably has another backup sandwich on white bread with pork roll, something that's not halal, in the back seat, because she could eat 2 of these sandwiches. That she made a special journey. Because remember, we're getting closer to the 20 to she gets paid next week. Okay, she's gonna be feeling real happy real soon. She knows she's getting paid. She may be thinking she's getting out back to Kuwait soon, guys. We might be seeing a journey soon. Because it seems like her mood is lightening. She's accomplished what she needed to do.
Okay. Be honest. How many calories do you think this sandwich has? You... Oh. I'm gonna have a nap. 1,500? 1,200, 780. You know what? It probably does have a ton, right? When you think about it. No, I didn't need insulin.
I have a question, Chantel. How many milligrams of sodium? And also put your guesses in the chat. How many calories you think this sandwich is? And whether Chantel will actually tell us. I don't know. That looks like it might be got some turkey salad in there. I don't know if that's mayonnaise and cheese in there. Girl. How many? She's going to lie about the calories. She's going to tell you the sandwich that if it was just like literally the meat on the bread with lettuce, no condiments, no cheese.
Alhamdulillah.
That's too.
I'm going to go for a walk. For real. No, my blood sugar came down on its own.
That's the best lie I've ever heard. My blood sugar came down on its own. Why? Is that because you were asleep and then you woke up? From what? Girl, you have been eating such bad food in Canada. You are insane with that. Jeez, these are wild lies. We just watched about secretive narcissism.
Andre Maria. Yeah, Emma. Chicken salad is good. It is on the bigger side. But even eating this?
Well, I think it's 2 halves of one sandwich, Bella Italia. Or is it two? I thought it was just one big sandwich. And then she's having like the two halves. Or is it just two separate sandwiches? Well, then she's still got a third backup sandwich. Whatever this is, for most of us, that would be one sandwich. And that we'd be out. But Chantel going to eat two of these as she tells us that her blood sugars have been dropping by themselves. Well, I can let you know, girl, after you eat all that processed turkey and that bloody doorstop bread thing that you're eating here, that doorstop, no, they're not going to be low anymore. They'll be quite the opposite.
And then like a light dinner later.
Yeah, I thought it was two halves too.
And no snacking.
The whole loaf. Absolutely.
Is better than what I would normally do. So really, Jody? 80 calories for one slice of bread? So thick.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
The napkin. Thank you.
They're very good. I don't think I'll be getting one anymore. They're very huge. Brockville, Quebec City. Yeah. I think I'll definitely go back to Quebec City. When I went there before, I loved it. But I was also partying, and I was going to clubs like the Maurice or the Dagobert.
She doesn't have any manners, Pam. We know that because she's not kind nor considerate to the people she sits next to on the planes. No, she don't have manners. This is just, this is so funny. This is awesome. Girlfriend out here trying to tell everyone, you took care of my therapy session yesterday. Oh, okay. Yeah, we believe you. Now she's trying to tell everyone she's eating a healthy sandwich. Just a bunch of BS. Oh, yeah. Mayo and butter. Oh.
Good night, Wilma.
That's very healthy for the arteries. I have no idea.
Well, the bank heist. Yeah, I heard. I haven't read about it, though. But I heard about it.
Now, would she be going to Quebec City for her appointment on the 23rd? What's in Quebec City that would be of interest to her? I don't know. You guys let me know. I'm not from Canada. I've only ever been to Niagara Falls and Toronto. I think those are probably the most touristy parts of Canada to go to.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say about the car seat being back. It's because it's the only way to fit her in there. She's got to go back for the full way. Girlfriend,
Hey,
why you eat? I was embarrassed with my lunch.
What did you eat?
Oh, can't stand the baby voice.
Riley's Bakery hot tea.
Please, Chantel. Has she not learned not to tell the names of these restaurants after we looked at the one about the pizzeria the other day? People, please do not give this poor sandwich place a bad review, okay? Just because Foodie hit it up, looks like they have very nice homemade breads. If you are managing your health, then I'm sure it's a nice little sandwich place to go to. Real fresh, real delicious. But don't give the place a bad review just because she bought from there, even though they are funny. Oh.
Am I full? Yeah. Actually, I'm good. Well, that was like a breakfast and lunch combined.
Mm.
For dinner, I'll try to have like mixed veggies and something with it, like healthier. I haven't eaten a sandwich from there.
What is she? Who's she trying? I guess she's trying to. Oh, this must be trying to put a Salah. Oh, sorry, guys. Back to Kuwait. Yes, sweetie. I took care of my health. So, and all my problems here in Canada, so we can get your pathway to Canada for you. Yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, yeah, see, I'm taking care of my health. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to, become bedbound on you or anything. No, 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 absolutely. Trust me.
You're being rude. Why are birds always harassing me when I'm trying to do a live stream?
Because you throw bread out the window, you dumb fool.
That was that was so good. They have homemade soup. They have good potato salad. They have tuna. Egg salad is really good. I don't know. They have a whole bunch of different kinds. There's a wicked sandwich.
Okay, girlfriend here is still talking about food. So I'm guessing the idea with the planner is that you write down what you want and probably, kind of write down your food goals and then maybe take your focus away from the food at that point and try to focus on other things that, so you kind of know where you're going to be with your food. So you're not scared you're not going to get your food. I don't know, because I think she's so complex with her addictions. But this is not obviously showing any type of reform from therapy. This shows just the same old pattern. And you saying you're trying to eat slightly healthier, going to have a planner for it. We don't even see the planner. It's full of
You
it.
can get it. Just ask for a cheese sandwich. You saw how they piled the turkey? This thick. Yeah, you can buy a pickle individually. I forgot. I know. It's a cheese sandwich this thick with like stacks of really delicious cheddar. Oh my gosh. It's too easy to like.
Well, funny you should say that, Fatty to Fed, because it may not be a BS coming, but there are some emojis on the way. One of which I have released to the community. So that might be the one we'd be dropping at the moment. But that might be one to consider for the future. That, and I think I have a glucometer on the way. So we're going to have some things that we can drop down for her. Don't you worry.
I'm more swollen here than over there because I don't know. I eat more, I think. Man, they have some good things here.
It's probably all that salt you've consumed, sweetheart. The poutine, the gravy, the pizza, the cheese, the sodium, the mayonnaise, the butter, the cheese, the sodium. I can't even. Just all of that. All the foods that you get because you're eating at so many takeout places too tend to have much higher quantities of sodium than a meal home cooked. And you're not home cooking. And you never home cook. And you look as swollen as you always do, girl. There was one point just before you left out of Kuwait to Canada, girl. You looked like your full head was coming over the top of your nose. So that's not even true. Your filters couldn't even cope. Like right towards the end, when you were celebrating, you were looking very swollen. So it's just, it's all to do with how much sodium, and if you've drunk enough coffee to probably diurese a little bit of it out. God. And then that bread, girl, guess what that's got in it? Salt. What's that turkey got? Salt. Oh, we got just how is she even, who is listening to this person for health and wellness advice? Please don't. She's got no clue about anything. She doesn't know how the human body works. Not even her own.
It's so hard. I'm signing up for this program. It's like a program for like binge eating.
Oh, here we go, guys. All right, Pam, Fatima, Fatty to Fed, all my girls in here that were saying things about WLS before Chantel went live and Sara Lee popped into our chat. Because Chantel was here earlier today, guys. If you just joined us, make sure you hit the likes to get me up the YouTube algorithm. I certainly do appreciate it. We're working hard this Friday afternoon. Keeping up with Chantel's craziness. I shouldn't say it like that. Wildness. That's a better term. That she has not been officially diagnosed with anything, probably. She's talking out here like she had this therapist gave her a diagnosis today. Therapist had no time to do that. Okay. She went one time. All right. I'm going to let her try to explain this program without me getting heated because this is hilarious. Okay. Keep going. Go. Let's hear about this program that you're supposedly now part of that we don't believe you're part of. This is just a lies.
I never had the square croissant. Sorry, who did I miss here? Can we take a walk?
Right.
I guess.
She would need a psychiatrist to do that, not a therapist. Thank you for reminding us of that, Miss Jinxie. That's the job of the psychiatrist. You got to go up to the big dogs on that one, girl. That's a lot of, and then I've understood too that they actually have to demonstrate the narcissistic personality style in front of the person who is actually doing it. And that's one of the most difficult parts of making this type of diagnosis because these people are secretive and hide it. That's part of why they're so wild. Let's hear how she tries to manipulate her audience with her toxicity this afternoon, guys. Keep going, Chantel.
The channel's analyzing shadows and thumbs. Huh? I didn't gain weight in Kuwait. No. The highest weight I've ever been, 402, was when I lived in Canada at the villa. Then.
All right. Can we get the calculation for the kilogram weight or whatever it was for the 6 liters of fluid? Because the ER doctor, I don't have the formula. And I know it would take me time to find the formula. If anyone knows the formula off the top of their head, what the weight-based rehydration. I know that the ER doctor said it. I know people worked it out and it put her up at about 475 because it was probably a weight-based rehydration. She probably did get those 6 liters because she probably was very dehydrated from the diabetes and if she had norovirus too, because potentially I heard she gave it to her family. I want to see that post.
I lost some weight, but I was always I was about the same weight. I was.
Talk about weight, girl. We saw you too in the window. You're huge, and that's a medical term.
380, I think, between 375 and 380 in Canada, and then when I moved there, I'm between 366. Remember at the doctor when I got weighed, it was 366. Okay.
160
roughly. So if you actually look at the facts and not just,
That's what I'm thinking. So 3 times 160. So that's what? 3 8 or 24. So we got what? 240 there? Because someone, I'm being done with my math at the moment.
Whatever else.
I'm usually good with my math in my head.
But it's still too heavy. It's still
480.
Healthy, obviously.
Thank you.
The health problems.
420, 480. Don't you say 420, squeaky vegan. We know what you mean.
I have to really freaking work my butt off, exercising, and I'm at least sticking to my medical appointments, and I'm getting a lot of things taken care of.
Oh my God, that is wild. And I can believe it. When you saw her in that window from that trip recently, when she catches herself sometimes and she didn't edit that out. And she looked just rounded, very rounded. And if her height is 5 foot, 5'1", and she's sitting at that BMI, which, gosh, and she's trying to convince everybody otherwise here. Chantal, you tell on yourself. You want to make it dramatic because you want people to know you got 6 liters of fluid, but then people are going to start calculating that. I had people, like I said, come into my comment section saying, oh, well, maybe the doctors just guessed she had norovirus. That's what people do. I promise you this, those of us who understand how the real world works, we're always shocked at how little some people do realize how things work. And that the rest of us understand when you're putting out lies to your audience. Okay, keep going, girl. Because we
Which
know
means
you're
I'm
no
getting taken
skinny
care of.
queen.
I don't really want to talk about them. Like, I want some privacy when dealing with my health. I just find it helps my anxiety. So yeah. So that's that. I have to take my medication now, actually.
Right.
Cepralex.
All right, let's go back. She just said what she's taking. Is she taking Celebrex? Is that what she said? I think she said Celebrex. Hold on. Get back. Oh, that's
like,
too far back.
Eating less carbs, travel
Oh.
Europe. You should.
I'll get it. There we are. She's right there. There we are.
I have to take my medication now, actually. Cepralex. Bella, what's Cepralex? It's not one I'm familiar with. And sometimes the names in Canada can be different. Cepralex. That's what the Cepralex. Yeah. Cipralex. Cipro? She's taking Cipro? She got a DKA? I bet she did. I wonder if she went DKA or HS. Critically fit. I wonder if it was DKA or HHS. One of the two. It was one of the two. Just because I always think of DKA more for type 1s. But if she's uncontrolled, unmanaged, doesn't mean she couldn't have done a DKA. But I wonder between the two of those, could she be DKA or HHS? Definitely she went dehydrated. And she could have had noro and then, got super dehydrated, causing then an acute DKA because of throwing up and vomiting and, having loose bowels, which would cause terrible dehydration. Respiratory tract infections, acute bronchitis, except right, emphysema, lung abscess. Is this what this medication treats? Is she got some type of infection in the lungs? Is that why her breathing is all messed up? I was about to say, it's an antidepressant. Cipralex, an antidepressant. Oh. Antibiotic. I've got two things coming over here. I know Bella's a pharmacist. I'm going to go with my pharmacist over here. No, I think you guys are thinking Celebrex when you're thinking. This is Cipralex. Yeah, I was about to say ciprofloxacin. That's why I heard her say. That's why I keep saying, no, that's an Cipro. Shit, they tried to put me on Cipro the other day and I refused. So that's why they put me on Bactrim. Because he was going to put me, I think, on Cipro and Keflex. I said, you gave that to me last time. I said, nothing happened. So I don't want to take those two drugs again. Let's do something that's going to work for me. So he gave me Bactrim this time. Oh, so maybe she's got an upper respiratory infection. On which I would not be surprised when she was smoking all that shisha. And supposedly, from what I could read with the health for people in Kuwait from the Australian government, that it's very bad with all that sand and dust for people with any type of pulmonary disease like asthma. The same as Lexapro? No, but we're talking that this is it. Cipralex is indicated for the treatment. It's Cipralex. I think a lot of people are hearing the word Celebrex, okay, which is a very different drug. Celebrex is the one I think you're thinking that she said, which is a depression drug. This is Cipralex. She said it very clearly. She got gonorrhea again. I hope not. You admitted that you lied about that weight in at the doctor's. She had to buy her new clothes. So is Mrs. Morta Cipralex is Lexapro? No. Cipralex, Excalibur are the same. I'm pretty sure they're generics of each other.
And Mrs. Barnes, I take it's an antidepressant. Oh, Cipralex. Okay. So we're on Cipralex. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Cipralex. Okay. 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 Cipralex. Okay. Not Cipralex. Oh, Lord, Chantel. It's the Yanni again. Okay. Because some of the drugs in Canada have different names. Because like my dad and I would talk about some of the stuff he was taking in the UK and his labs, and it was so different how it's measured. Oh, okay. Let me get in here. Let's hear it one more time, guys, because I think it could be. I mean, she probably needs to be on all. That's why we have to listen. Okay, here she goes. She's grabbing the bottle. All right, here we go. And then we'll look it up then.
So that's that.
She's being very performative, of course, because she's taking the medications on camera.
No, actually. Cipralex.
All right, yeah, okay, it's Lexapro. All righty. Okay, now, yeah, because that sounded, thank you, guys. Let's share this tab, okay? All right, she's on an SSRI. Okay. That's what she's saying. Oh, okay. I wonder if she can get into Kuwait with that medication. I wonder if it's on their list. Because I believe... No, I don't know. Maybe, no. I don't think you need to have I don't think this is controlled. It's not a controlled substance, is it? I don't remember. I know I've given a lot of patients. I don't think it's controlled. Yeah, I don't think it's controlled. The package looks like antidepressants, antibiotics are not in the full package. Oh, yes. Well, I think we finally heard her say it slowly because we thought she might have been saying Cipro, like ciprofloxacin from the Cipro, the antibiotic, which would make sense with her and her breathing difficulties. But she's saying Cipralex, which is why it's we have to like have all these lists of all these drugs that you have to learn to make sure that you're hearing, because Celebrex, Ciprolex, ciprofloxacin, they all sound really familiar. Yeah, it's not controlled. Thank you. That's what I thought. Lexapro. Yeah, that's the God, I hate this stuff. Escitalopram is the generic. And then obviously we go by the brand names most commonly, probably in the States, is Lexapro. And then probably in places like Canada and Europe, probably Cipralex. Because I find that happens a lot, that the brand names often for these drugs are very different depending on the country. And then it gets yeah, she talks real fast. I know. That's why we have to slow her down. And we know how it is. That's why you know how it is, but that's why we have all those lists of medications that we learn that sound alike and look alike, but are very different drugs. And there's been, back before we had really good medical electronic records and scanning stuff. I mean, that's where, people could have made mistakes if they were tired and not paying attention, especially nurses who were overworked trying to pull meds out of drawers. I've had some of those ones we have to pull from cords, man. It's wild. Yeah. So, I don't know. She's supposed to have it with food? Okay, so we know she's supposedly on this medication. All right. It might, don't these types of drugs, though, take time to, come into, action? So I wonder, is this something she's been on long term? Or is this something new that she's taking? Because it takes a couple of weeks and it can change kind of. That might be why her mood has seemed so different lately. Because of, how these things can, first couple of weeks can be kind of, I understand when I was studying these and you were giving these to people who were feeling any type of, want to unalive themselves. I hate to say it. And you put them on an SSRI drug. We were often told that it could take a couple of weeks for these drugs to actually take effect. And the person could actually become more potentially feeling like they want to unalive themselves. And you should really keep a close eye on that person for the first couple of weeks while these drugs start to take effect. And I always say that because I actually had, not to make anybody really sad, and I always say that we do talk about tough topics here. A friend of mine lost his wife that way. And she decided to take, while she was supposedly getting help and was getting ramped up on these medications. So I'm just curious how long she's been on there. All right, guys, let's get back to Chantel. Because when we get into medicine, we can get to some tough topics. Yeah, you said that's true. I'm on Zoloft. The first 3 weeks were rough. I had to be monitored. Right. I think that's, when starting those SSRIs, I think that's, some of these things we just very flippantly talk about drugs and, these meds, and you hear people in the media and they really, without having these deeper conversations about, some of the real true side effects that we in the industry know can happen. It's not, just let's get the person on the med. Obviously, absolutely, because we want it, but we know that there's other things that we have to do. It's not just simply, that. And it's such an important thing, mental health. I just such an important part. I was luckily when I was at school, a lot of the people I was studying with were trained to be mental health nurse practitioners. And I was so happy to see that so many were going into the industry because we so desperately need it. And Chantel really does need it. And I wish she would get the help. I wish she wouldn't just say, oh, it's one and done. It's really bad advice for the people watching her, because that's not good advice. And that's why we try to come in here. And then we kind of look at all her other stuff too. She's interesting. Okay. I'm going to share her back. All right. So I apologize if that conversation got a little bit, but I'm just curious, how long has she been on that medication, if it is this medication? And then who is monitoring her? Because if she just started this medication recently, because I don't know, does anyone know if she's been on this for a while? I know she's mentioned different medications. I just wonder, because then who's monitoring her?
Eat less carbs, travel to Europe. You should definitely keep things private. Yeah. Thanks, Golden.
I'm so glad.
Hey, Golden girl. Hold on, guys. I'm looking for a Jolly Rancher. Not eating sugar and fried foods. Wow, nice.
Well, she's been put on them, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut sugar. Although I really was
daydreaming
that's what
about. I'm thinking too,
actually, this is the Jolly Rancher has sugar.
That's what I'm wondering too. Did they give her anything like that from the ER and said to follow up with your primary? But I would be concerned starting somebody up on that type of drug, knowing that they have to be monitored, and then knowing that they may not even have a primary care physician to follow up with, because usually you would want to have that appointment kind of hopefully made. I know that a lot of times when I did discharge paperwork, I don't know in Canada, but I know here in the US, we often like to have the appointment listed or maybe made for that person already. So I don't know if they would, I know here in the United States, they would be hesitant. So I just wonder, has it been a drug that she's been on for some period of time? And that's one of the reasons why she also had to get home, because she needs this drug. because it's not good to come off of these things just like come off. You've got to be tapered. You don't just come off an SSRI. That's a really bad and dangerous thing to do, which is why when I hear like certain multi-level marketing or supplements and all these things saying, oh yeah, we'll take care of your depression. You can just come off your depression drugs. Because there are people wild like that on the internet. And they're not even understanding, and maybe the patient doesn't even really understand about the titration that has to be done if you're going to be not taking these medications any further. It's not one of these drugs. You just can't stop it. A lot of drugs, you can't just stop taking them. Because what's your body going to do? Your body has been, accustomed and getting used to this particular chemical process. And now you've just, remove the chemical process completely. And that's going to cause your body then to have a type of reaction. I mean, for people not to understand that just sort of shows a lack of understanding sort of simple science in my mind. But anyway, she doesn't have much longer. She only stayed out here for 43 minutes. So I don't think our girl has the energy she used to have.
But it's small. I was daydreaming about a double scoop of salted caramel ice cream. It's so hard in life, No, I hate saying that. I take that back 100%. If that's my issue, if that's what's hard, that's pathetic. When there's people going through so much worse. Ivana Rockhart.
Thank you,
welcome to Very Important Beezers. Ready, set, bees! Wow, Idaku, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Ben & Jerry's peanut butter cup ice cream.
Yeah, that's meal planning right there. She's planning a salted caramel with a wafer cone from the Cold Stone Creamery. That's that meal planning. You go, Chantel. That sounds so healthy for your diabetes, girl. Type 2.
Sweets are not my favorite over salty or fried, but I still like some things like salted caramel ice cream and a waffle cone.
Oh, absolutely.
Or I don't know.
Oh. Well, Leisha, I hope it goes well for you, sweetheart. Out to eat tomorrow. Good for you, girl.
Brenda. Tell us a clip story. Was it neat? Thank you, Brenda. For the super chat.
She doesn't have any hobbies. This is her hobby. This has become her hobby. She's just, it's like, this is it. She says she's going to go walking. She might do a little shopping. She has no hobbies that I'm aware of. I just there's nothing I'm aware of. Because she's not even a great YouTuber. God, terrible.
I was sick, wasn't it?
You don't understand?
Strawberry pound cake, hand cream.
Well, just to fill you in, Leisha, and I'm so glad that you're joining us today. Welcome to the community. We watched the whole thing from Dr. Coulter about secretive narcissists. And so Chantel's got a lot of issues going on. And so she'll let people know that she's trying to address her health and trying to do these things, but it's a cycle. So she's in a cycle at the moment. She's probably in a good mood a little bit. Who knows? Like I said, I don't know how long she's been on these medications, if it's something she's been taking consistently, so we don't have to have, her monitored for the next 2 weeks for mood changes. So we're not sure, but she's not going to do anything. She's very treatment resistant, whether it's mental health or physical health. And so she likes to try to get people in her audience who think they're going to be on a weight loss journey with her. And so we always like to remind people that, no, that's not what she's doing. And this is better medical advice for health over here. So thank you for joining us.
I just remember it being dark. I don't know. Going dark for a bit. I didn't do anything special. What did you guys do?
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
Looks like us. Ew.
I wish, Zuli. I wish that were her hobby. I don't think so, though.
Kitty McWow, thank you. Yeah.
We did have some conversation that she was purchasing her, did I speed it up to 1.25? Oh no, she's at normal. No wonder she's so slow. Sorry about that. Let me speed her up, guys. That she was getting all those smell good products from Lush so she could go visit Nada because he supposedly doesn't like it if she's stinky. So it's like, because none of those products are going to be anything that would travel well to Kuwait. It's all going to melt. If you know anything about Lush products, they have to be handled in a certain way. She keeps making me want to go to the Lush store, but I'm very frugal and I really want to shop, but I got plenty of stuff in my house already. I don't need anything. It would be a want, not a need. I got plenty of nice stuff here. So every time I think about Lush, I love that store.
Amelia, it was a gift.
Right.
Yeah, hot tea.
Right.
You
Right.
were elephant tea?
Yeah, it's got to be stored properly. And she won't store it right. There's no room in that
What
fridge.
video are you talking about, Taylor? Alyssa O'Brien. That sounds like a good idea. It looks like a tortoise. So anyways, guys,
oh yeah, let me
what
show
are you
her
thinking
chat,
about the
guys.
vlogs? Are they boring you?
Call. Let me show her chat to make her more interesting.
Oh yeah, Taylor, I saw that.
Let me get her,
Lost Cherry by
her
Tom
chat up
Ford.
over here. Come here, Judy.
Lipstick?
There we go. Let's get her chat up. See if Salah's in there. Oh, here he is.
Where's Salah? I don't see. Oh, Salah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Hi, babe. Oh, pigeon.
The first second I said, let me go see the chat and see if Salah shows up. Check in on her. Make sure she's, behaving herself. Getting that stuff sorted out to bring him to Canada. What does he say? Hey, baby. Hey, chat. It's Salah and Chantal. I know I say his name horrible. I know, guys. I'm aware. Oh, she's
Hi,
messing with
babe.
animals.
Nice
No.
to see you.
Thank you, Pat Ray. Thank you, guys. I know there's other mods in here too that I probably. Sorry, guys.
Hey,
look at him.
Do you want to be my pet while I'm here?
Oh, he's horrible. Oh yeah, he's terrible.
Daddy on. The vlogs have been a bit lackluster. Well, what do you want? My life is lackluster. What do you expect? No, I'm just kidding. That's the thing. My life is not lackluster, and my vlogs, you just have to appreciate nature and stuff, you know.
Well,
thanks, guys.
The chat is awesome. The chat, we love it because now the trolls are going to come in and, she's actually paying attention to the chat because before she was too obsessed with her sandwich. But it's hilarious because, girl, your vlogs have been like showing parking lots and you showed what I think was like a little animal in the tree. But all I saw was like a big old blue plastic bag that got stuck up in the branches. So, I mean, your nature shots aren't even good. And I know that the nature in Canada, gorgeous. You managed to even make those poor deer look faded into the road.
Kina. That big rock is cool. You seem sad and out of breath. I was, yeah, sorry. Okay, well, I'll do Q&A. What do you want to know? Hi, Melanie Lynn.
Obese wants to know what they're getting for their money each month.
I'm not on Ozempic because I was before. And I don't know. That's just, I just came off of it and I didn't think about it since.
Did she say she came off that medication? And she hadn't thought about it since? Am I understanding this? Is that the Lexapro? I'm not going to say the escitalopram because that one I'm going to sound dumb. Too many words for me there. Escitalopram. It's just, is that the one? I'm gonna have to go back. Hold on, guys. I know I hate going back, but when it comes to the drugs and the meds, I want to hear. Is that what she said?
I don't know. That's just I just came off of it and I didn't think about it since.
Oh, it was a Ozempic. Sorry, guys. It was a Ozempic. It was the Ozempic. Thank you,
I
guys.
don't want to be on any more medications. I'd rather just take my chances. That's my right.
Well, I have her sped up, Bella Italia.
Hey, I'm a Peel. Hi, Living Laura.
Oh, yo, mama popped in $4.99 in the chat. French G called all reaction channels trash with zero content, and they should be shamed for being monetized and collecting memberships. Okay. I don't think she did that. I don't know. I don't watch her content, but okay. I don't know about that. Pop it in the chat if you've heard that, guys. I don't know. I don't think she goes after people like that. Just you, girl.
Oh no, Drama with Your Mama. You should rename your channel Drama with Your Mama. French G called all reaction channels trash with zero content, and they should be shamed to be monetized and collecting memberships. Really? Thanks for the super chat.
She kind of said that?
I'm really having trouble comprehending what you mean by that. Like,
well, she can't be monetized because she would never pass censorship from the YouTube gods. Her language might, and the language of the chat might be a little bit too blue for YouTube monetization. And I don't know about I know that, you know, so I mean, I think in order for you not to feel that you're getting censored, then you get monetized. But if you don't, you know, it depends, like, I think, about how you want to. But to say that people have zero content, I mean, I don't think that's very fair. I certainly don't watch it because it's a little bit too rough to hear a lot of people, you know, just cussing and saying things that I don't think necessarily move a conversation forward sometimes for things. So that's just me, you know, it's not my style. It's not, you know, I can't, it's just not who I am. You know, maybe that's why my community's here, but I certainly don't want to try to trash people because that's not polite.
Are you saying that she said that they're all trash channels? Huh. No comment, man. No comment. There's no reaction channels about reaction channels. Taylor's new album. No.
Okay.
Please don't. No one talk about Taylor Swift in here.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't watch her content, so I have no idea what she said, and I certainly don't have any idea. But I find it funny that Yo Mama's trying to do that to instigate whatever between people. I don't think it's going to instigate anything because I think everyone stays out of everybody's channels. And if people want to have memberships because, you know, for certain things, that's just, you know, people's choices. I think to then try to, you know, say something. I don't know. I try not to get into the weeds of that one too much. I don't like, you know, I don't try to beef with other people's channels like that. Do you know what I mean? It's just not my thing. It's just because that's just ridiculous, you know? Then you're going after each other when the only person I care about focusing on at the end of the day is this young lady here and how she manipulates people. I'm not worried about the other people. You know, I think it's not
nice bubbles and marshmallows. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, my mom is a liar. Exactly.
There's never going to be another exercise ball bees. Okay. Yeah, there probably won't ever be.
Oh, Yo Mama's a dude.
No, there won't be any vlog with Pete's. Why didn't you like Ozempic? I don't know if I remember if I liked it or not, honestly.
Well, she probably doesn't need to worry. Well, you know, because I guess she gets a lot of chats and super chats. So I don't think she necessarily needs to do memberships for her channels. And maybe she doesn't think maybe she thinks they're cheesy and corny or something. But, you know, some of us don't think they're cheesy and corny. And some of us, you know, have, think that that's a way to, because I'm certainly going to be probably releasing mine soon. I've been working on it. If people want to have silly emojis or stuff to be done with, that's fine, But it's funny how he does it like this. But, everyone's got their thing, But I don't think that, she should probably try to criticize other people's, because that's what YouTube encourages. That's how YouTube says to do it. And YouTube likes that type of engagement. She's got a very different platform. And I think she's got the luxury where she's able to, be particular. Maybe she just thinks it's cheesy. Who knows? I don't know her.
Right?
I have no idea.
Like, hey, where did you
just
go?
Speculating that at this point about somebody who I don't know.
Can we outhouse bees and prey bees? Oh, hi, Levy. A vlog with Pizza Buster. With Buster. No, we didn't fall out.
Yeah.
What kind of haul? I lost a bit of weight with it. Do we have to talk about Ozempic? I don't like talking about Ozempic. I don't like any of the following topics, okay, in my stream. Taylor Swift. Let's watch the numbers drop. Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I won't fall for it.
No offense. What else? Diabetes. No, not Daniel Larson. Tracy. Yeah, that either, Taylor. Exactly.
Yes, I'm sure.
Keep going to therapy.
Oh, yeah. Your mama always trying to stop stuff because it gets him to be able to talk about people too. And none of us are going to fall for it because everybody's got their own thing. And, people have got those strong personalities. Everybody's got their communities. I think that's just the way it should be. I certainly don't want to have any beef with anybody because that to me is just pointless. I don't want to do anything that could potentially harm anybody else's communities. We're all after one thing at the end of the day, and that's, making sure that Chantel is not able to go and do her manipulation, whether it's manipulating through the use of her pet companions or manipulating people talking about her health. But she's now letting her chat know exactly the type of topics, the conversations she does not want to talk about. And most of them are things that they're concerned about with her. They all want to know why she's not on Ozempic. Not even thinking that she's not a candidate for Ozempic. Hey, Chantel's chat, we'll let you know. She's not a candidate potentially anymore. She's just not. I don't know. And she's what now? Taylor Swift? Girl hates Taylor Swift. Probably because Taylor Swift's popular and pretty. So she hates that.
Why don't you like to talk about Ozempic? Bubbles and marshmallows. I don't know. I'm mostly kidding. But no, I don't know.
Yes.
Hi,
Yes, thank you. Make sure you're on live.
How are you?
Make sure they hit the likes.
You.
Yes.
Well, A+, you can ask me questions.
And like I said, I'm so busy, I have no idea. And I know whatever he was trying to do, he's trying to cause trouble. Oh, whatever. I promise you, I'll still release what I'm going to release, regardless of what anybody else says. And if people in the community like it, that's fine. And if they don't, that's fine too. We're all adults here at the end of the day. That we're all adults.
Petite Theo. Thank you. I look forward to your vlogs and life in Kuwait. Hopefully to see you in Thailand. Thank you. Mistress of the Dark. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh, no. Oh, it's funny, Mega. That's funny. Yeah, MP Jinx.
Yeah, that's something like I want to do in life.
I know,
say my whole ambition.
We might have to get you up on the panel one day.
Like generally when I think of things that would make me happy is feeling accomplished and finally tackling like getting healthy. Having a 6-pack. Hi, babe. And traveling around with my husband, my handsomest man. Traveling around and going to different countries.
Oh,
If I ever have to live that,
there's that 10 years of tax evasion that we're looking for. She's trying to get those taxes expunged. Is she going to be talking about traveling for the next 10 years? Chantal, I can let you know if you really don't start and change that diet, girl, and those doorstop sandwiches and everything else, you will not be traveling for 10 years to expunge your taxes. I don't want to be morbid. I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay, she got a little bit to go. We're almost done, guys. TGIF. I'm going to go to Trader Joe's.
back here, or I would like to live like in a nice country area.
Yeah, she's 6-packs.
Like when I was growing up, sorry, I have an itchy nose. When I was growing up, like the first house I ever lived in after being baptized as a baby was like long soup.
Hey, Cassia. Hey, my Glaswegian friend. Come on in. I used to live over in Dunfermline. Actually, I lived in Rosyth as a child. I lived on the Firth of Forth.
I like that area.
I love Scotland.
What do you think about Just Be showing body and fitness for King Content and Salah? Thanks for the super chat. No comments. But thanks for the super chat.
Oh God.
6-pack. I'm telling you, I had a dream a few years ago when I was such a stupid dream. I was in this like opera house. Like a few years ago, I had a weird obsession with like, I don't know. I had these like weird dreams of being in an opera house. Cringe, I know. So that
I know your mama's a right one on her, because he gets more views to his channel if he can get her on his channel raging. He knows it. He wants to get her raging. He wants to get her raging. And she can't afford to rage because she's, walking on a very fine tightrope with YouTube at the moment. And she needs this income. She still wants to, as much as her content is lazy, then she still wants to get income. So I'm not sure where she's going to be. I'm glad she's kind of ignoring his chats, even though he's paying for it, because he is. You're right. He's baiting the bear here. As much as he says he's on her side, he's not on her side. He just likes to bait the bear, and she's the best bear to bait. But she's not picking up on it today because I think she's just trying to get herself safely out of her sticky YouTube situation. So she needs to get out of Canada. She needs to get away from those taxes that are due.
Then I was like running up and down the stairs like it was nothing and running around, and I felt so good. Like I could run I had so much energy,
Right.
I want to like build my body up so it's like resilient and healthy and strong. Not barely being able to go upstairs without dying literally of heart failure. So that's like what I want to do, and I keep reminding myself of these things. And in that dream, I had a 6-pack. I looked like Sporty Spice, like that kind of stomach.
Chantel dreaming about ice cream 6-packs, Sporty Spice stomachs, and just stuff that she's never gonna achieve. She's never gonna achieve that. She's really struggling. I mean, and she's having heart failure, she said. Well, girl, we know that. We can see the clubbing in your fingers. Everyone's coming into my comment sections asking me what clubbing fingers means, what the clubbing on the fingernails. I'm like, shoot, it's first sign, Tolmog, lack of oxygenation. But that's a later sign. Once you've started to get clubbing in the fingers and the fingernails, that's usually a later sign of like lack of oxygen. That's a late sign because it's already managed to affect your nails like that. That's down on the process. So when you're getting to that place, that means that's been going on an extended period of time. I don't think that CPAP is cutting for her at night. She needs to get that
I
CPAP
swear.
with that.
Okay. So I want to do that. And you know what? Like seriously, It will happen, trust me. You know how it can happen? I'll tell you. Sit-ups. Of course, diet, number one. You have to, be less bloated and stuff. And then, hold on. Yeah. You just need like skin removal surgery at the end of it. And then after that,
yes, they
the
are,
six-pack will
Alicia.
show. Anyone can get a six-pack. We all have the same
I'm not
muscles.
sure, Delulu. It may be. I'm not sure. My night.
You'll need to give up the
I'm not
6
sure.
story tall sandwiches. That sandwich did not hurt my stomach. Like usually when I eat like put-in or pizza or really greasy food, I have like really bad like bloating and like stomach ache. I just feel good. Like I ate like something good for me though. Like it doesn't hurt my stomach at all. Weird, eh?
Let me get you, Rosebud.
Yeah, true, Kina. We should do gym.
I'm just
skin removal after weight loss. What? Yeah, listen to the.
Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna let Chantel's dreams keep rolling here. Okay, she got a whole game plan here. I don't know who this game plan is for. I think I think somewhere in the back of her mind, she really wishes she had the wherewithal to get all this done. She's so far from that ever happening. She's so. I don't know. I think sometimes, a lot of the times, sometimes the people, their goal is about themselves, but a lot of times I've found that people are motivated because they have somebody in their family that they care about. Suddenly, whether it's a grandchild or somebody, and they're just like, if I don't make changes, then I'm not going to be here for that person, and I want to be here for that. And I don't know if Chantel's got anything to make her feel like that. And she is so far down the road at the moment. She really needs to make a big change. She needs to go inpatient, like Tammy Slayton. She just needs to be inpatient. She doesn't need to try to run away to Kuwait. She needs to take advantage, but she can't. She's got too many issues. Oh, gosh. Anyway, let's just keep her going. I'm listening to it. I'm like, girl, you're never going to do any of these things. You don't have the wherewithal in your personality to do it.
Mm-hmm. What? Can you roll down the hill? Turkey sandwiches and a bagel hamburger? Yeah, true, teardrop. Hi, Mina. Because the hamburger makes me feel gross because it's so greasy. It's raining. What a freaking bummer.
It's Canada, girl.
Yeah, true, Tracy. Hey, Carolina. I'll miss the weather in Canada, 100%. Yeah, there's things I'll miss about Canada. That's without a doubt.
I hear
But
that.
I can't.
She's getting ready to go, guys.
Live without affection. XO. I call like getting love and stuff XO. I need XO. I need my hunky, handsome husband. There's certain things I miss daily about being with him,
Like him bringing you food so you don't have to leave the house. That'd be like about it, girl. Because we know he don't want to be hanging around with you that much. He's there when he just needs to be. But she's kind of ramped everyone up. She's for the return back to Kuwait. Payday's coming. Our girl's about to scramble back. She's done whatever she needs to do. She's looking like she's getting through the hump, And now she's starting to see the light in the tunnel. And she's on her escape route to Kuwait during a war. Because there isn't anything happening in the Middle East at the moment, of course. It's all calm out there. So there's nothing that could potentially interfere with her flights. It's just, another day out there. Girl.
Anyway.
Bread commercials. Oh, Lord. That's
Hey, Vampira.
hilarious.
Affection, what's that? Oh, I love it. Hi, Vamp Diva. Hi.
That's awesome.
How will you live if he dumps you? I'll live. I mean,
Yes, that's what that is, Catherine.
Why would he do that?
Yeah, I hope you
I don't
feel
foresee
better
that
soon, Net
happening.
Detective.
Whenever you love each other, it's harder to go. So, yeah. I don't think of those things, Tracy. Why would I think of those negative things? Like, it's such a negative thing to think. Why would I think that? I prefer to try to think positive, and if the negative happens, well, I've learned to be prepared, like not to expect too much out of life or things because, Murphy's Law and stuff. But
Oh.
yeah, I don't know. So wait, I don't think I'll change my mind again, but who knows? No, I won't.
Net Detective, I'm sorry if you're having a respiratory infection and you don't feel good. I'm so sorry to hear that. Come on in and join us. I know that a lot of other people are going live. We're almost finished up for the day because we've been here for a while. I certainly do appreciate you all being here, all my moderators and everybody here. And Rosebud, I just made you a mod.
Because it took like a few trips, like a couple of trips, back and forth. But yeah.
Uh-oh, your mama coming back in with some nonsense on her. What's he saying?
What are you talking, baby?
You dreamed of a six-pack and French... Oh, he really trying to get her going. French FG dreamed the lumberjack blow-up would come alive last night. I have no idea what that means. Okay, keep going. He's just trying to poke the bear.
Dear Mama, you dreamed of a six-pack and French F dreamed the lumberjack blow-up would come alive last night.
I have no idea.
Mama. Anyways, you know what? I probably shouldn't judge somebody for having a blow-up boyfriend because I remember that doll, Reginald. Yeah, I just remembered that. So yeah, that's why I realize I have to be with my husband. I'm a freaking married Muslim woman. Okay, that's what I am now. So, and I like that. I know people think it's a cosplay and it's not who I am, and I don't like it, but that's not true. I do.
I'm sorry,
really
Sam. I know you've been dealing with
it's
some
just
stuff.
That moving on from your past is hard. So sometimes I get like the urge to just come back here and like address things or go back to this kind of life for a while, but I just can't. I can't do it. Like I came here excited to bees again, like we used to bees, and I can't. I don't find the same pleasure in it like that I used to. And I think just too much has gone on in my life since then.
I think that's a lie, Chantel, because your face and some of the expressions you made and when you've been running around super high and stuff, girl, you looked happy as anything. I think you don't want to be in Canada because you got some stuff that you've got to manage in Canada. And you can't just be in Canada beasting because you got to deal with adult stuff like taxes that you owe a lot of money for and bankruptcies and issues with credit and things that stop you from being a functioning adult in Canada. So you definitely want to be out of Canada. So you're very happy to come home and take your Mary Jane and eat your edibles and bees out. But you don't want to be there you've got people reminding you probably that you've got to face reality there too. That's why you want out of Canada, girl. Because Canada's a nice country. Why else? It's because you've got things you got to take care of in Canada. She got the filters going today. She needs to address her health. She needs to be in an inpatient facility. I'm glad she's not letting your mama poke her. Maybe maybe she's been on that Lexapro for a couple of weeks now.
And I'm just kind of different now.
Maybe it's started to balance her out.
Guys, I'm 40.
Oh, she doesn't take.
Okay. So, but surprisingly, because I never used to appreciate this before, the one thing I'm loving the most about this trip and it's keeping me sane is like the nature. Like just being able to go out and go to different nature spots and just like have a really relaxing day to myself, Wheelchair. I haven't had a single wheelchair. I do care about my health, Stephanie. I do. Reginald, I'm not sure, Andre Marie. So why not live in two places? No. I can't leave that long. I get so... I get weird if I'm away for too long from Salah. Like, like I'm married
Probably
for a reason.
not.
Anyway.
They probably don't. I doubt they do. You know, I know I've had to pull randoms on patients who were potentially selling their controlled narcotics for paying for other, less controlled narcotics. And they did test positive on a test. But I don't think I think we're special here in the US, Bella. I think we're a lot stricter because we've got, people get more nervous about their license and attorneys and probably stuff, that comes along with, more of a private industry with healthcare than maybe say in a place like Canada. I'm thinking. I don't know. Chip in, Canadians. I'm just speculating.
You matured? Yeah, I think so. I'm a little bit. I want an old people Florida condo. In Canada, not the old. Let's start a new adventure there. No, I prefer Kuwait over Dubai.
Well, Pam, we know she's really not in the nice areas because there would be other people enjoying that nature along with her. So, for example, when I go out to the trails by my house, we have to get deep into the trails to not find, to be away from people. And on certain days of the week, in the weekends, shoot, we'll be deep in the trails and run into people. So she probably is specifically picking like abandoned parking lots of campgrounds because she hates people seeing her. She really doesn't like people seeing her and seeing her sitting for an hour talking into a phone and the camera probably. I think she gets real paranoid. I don't even think it's the weed talking. I think she just gets paranoid because she look right here. Like, is that someone pulling up in the parking lot? She really gets suspicious. Maybe that's what she wants to make sure. Maybe that's what she's missing from Q8 is that she doesn't sit there in paranoia, wondering like who's pulling up in the parking lot. Because at least when she's in the apartment, she's just sitting there in her comfort zone. Because she really is always nervous about people around her.
No, I like Kuwait. Like I do. Why is that? I know it's hard for people to understand.
Oh yeah, she loves to do
that.
Like
I said, before I went to the Middle East, I didn't ever fathom going. And
oh gosh, she has not addressed the sciatica.
Yeah, that just feels like my home now.
Right.
Like my place. I can't believe you brought up Reginald. Yeah. It's hard to have to make people understand what you feel when there's only so much I can say.
I have a feeling her chat is starting to realize that she may not be staying in Canada because they're very unenthusiastic about her return to Kuwait, which we know she's going to do. She's not staying in Canada. She's just waiting for payday, seeing how much money she got. She probably already knows she's got enough money and she's hightailing it out. She says she's got this appointment on the 23rd. So who knows? She's probably maybe been trying to take care of her visa stuff or something to get out the country. Who knows? But, she's about to end this at 43 minutes, which is short for Chantal. Only person who seems to have put any fan funding in here for her was Yo Mama. She doesn't seem to have anybody else dropping her any super chats or anything. So I think she realized this live was a bust. They weren't excited to see her after all those vlogs, after her therapy appointment, because she comes out here with a sandwich. And I think they're just starting to see the cycle going and they're losing enthusiasm. So she's killing her channel. She goes to Kuwait. Hey, we've got probably glitters. I got to figure out for Saturday Vibes Live whom I'm doing tomorrow. I got to see what's going on with the rest of Girl World. All right, Chantel, finish it out, go. Even Salah's checked out of the chat.
Your outings in Kuwait. Yeah, I got to do more. I'll figure it out. Live, laugh, love, Miriam. Yeah, he has given up a lot for me.
Right. And one of her chat actually points out a really good point. Again, it's just too hot in Kuwait. Canada is so nice in the summer. And she hates that hot weather. So she's going to crank up that AC God, I wouldn't want to see their electric bill. And sit there because she's not going to be able to get out and do anything. She doesn't go to the pool or swim or do anything. She's literally, I swear, she's not going to do any of this traveling that she says. I think she says that for Salah too. I don't know. But she's just her health is just going to keep failing. She's not addressing anything. Talking about it and addressing it are two totally different things.
Yes. Yep. I won't go into details, and I won't, because it's our privacy. He likes to be private with stuff about our relationship. So,
yeah.
He gave up his keyboard. No, he plays still for me. I love it. Bye. All black. Thank you, Greta.
I mean, she could easily do content like, I was going to go out walking, but I wanted to look at this because I keep thinking, let's do walks and stuff. Today's not the day here in Virginia Beach. But she could do things where she knows of a topic, okay? And she gets her little step thing out and she walks in her stepper, maybe with some, non-copyrighted music in the background. You could probably get some old classical music even that's not copyrighted and just walk in steps and have her audience join her if they wanted to and her have a conversation. But she's never going to do anything like that. That's not what she wants to do. She wants to go sit in Kuwait and have mukbangs. And she doesn't care if people don't want to watch her eat. That's what she wants to do is eat. If you want to watch her eat, you come and join her. Otherwise, she's not going to give people more exciting content because she's too poorly in her health to be able to produce much more. She looks tired. Her live stream is 40 some minutes. She doesn't have the energy. I've been streaming now for hours. And I've got way more years on Chantel. I could be her mum, technically, probably. I think I'm around the age of her mother. So I think a little bit younger. But, I mean, that just shows the difference. And she's just no energy. So her content going to get more boring. And she didn't get natter. She didn't probably care to see her. She probably been sending her money for groceries. And that was an SOL. So now she just wants to get back to whatever. I don't know. She's daydreaming something.
I love seeing you quit and I love seeing you in Canada. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Teardrop. A bookable look? Privacy is boring.
No, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Did you
Don't even say that because somebody said I have a laugh that's similar to hers, okay? And if she was actually born in Virginia and is a Virginia native like I truly actually am, believe it or not, despite the accent, there's always been this thing that everybody in Virginia is related to each other. And God, I would hate to be related to her. That would be awful. We're such polar opposites. Oh my God, I did see her. I popped in actually just briefly, and we're about to finish out. I don't want to lose everybody because I know there's other bigger creators who have gone live. But I saw her at the Walmart, and I don't know what city she's in exactly. Somebody may have said that it was Newport News, which I hope it is because that's a little bit further from me. But I saw those Walmarts, and she was up on her bike, and I was trying to figure out if she was going to mention anything about the location of the Walmart, so I know which one. I was just wanted to make sure it wasn't the one up by my place down the road.
No, because it's raining now. It started
Scary.
So I'll have to go when it stops raining.
Yeah, third cousin twice removed.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna get off. I just wanted to do a short stream right now. Imani. Put in bees. Yeah, Margaret. So I have a couple things to do, so I better get off, and then but I'll see you guys again soon anyways. Wow, Teardrop, that's a big drop. That's okay, plus. let's do something. Maybe after. I do have a couple things I have to do.
Hey, Crabapple, I think you got a good point there. She's got that backup sandwich sitting in the back of the car, and she got to hit that thing up because she had that healthy sandwich with the wheat bread and the turkey breast or whatever. So she's got that white bread pork roll right there behind her. And she's got that sandwich and that salted caramel ice cream on the mind. She got to go find some ice cream. And she's got told off for rolling around with her. It's like one of her lives, literally. I swear, if YouTube sees this, about 2/3 of it was literally the shot of her ceiling of her car while she was in the restroom. What sort of live stream is that? At that point, you end your live and you go take care of your business. You don't just try to get your monetization that way, girl. Just some real shady things. I love the fact that I have diabetic bread coming into my ads. It's wild, the ads. I have no control. Well, I do actually. I could choose to like have certain types of products not advertised on my channel. So, but sometimes I'm more like, shoot, I'll take those. Their money. But it depends. There are certain ethical things that I need to look into because I do have certain ethics. So there may be certain businesses I don't really want to have advertised on my channel. But, you know, that's a whole other thing to look at.
You.
And
thank you, Victoria.
And that's a point too. So if Chantel was seriously concerned about, and we're about to finish it here, her politics and the companies that she felt were not ethical with her beliefs, she can get into YouTube and let them know what types of advertising she's not comfortable with. So she didn't want certain types of businesses to advertise off of her platform because she did not like their ties with whatever. She could choose to do that. She just doesn't, probably, because she don't want to lose the money. But she has that choice. She has that choice.
No, it's not that expensive to live in Kuwait compared to here. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit, okay? Have a good day.
All right. Let's stop her there. All right, Miss Chantel. Well, everybody, I'm so glad you joined me today. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I had some of my technical difficulties when I was muted. I certainly appreciate everyone having stopped by and all of my mods for being here because we've been here for a while. Oh my goodness. Chantel did 40 minutes and I did almost 4 hours. So if you've been here from the beginning, guys, my God, I really appreciate it. Eloise! We just finished, Eloise. You'll just make sure you hit replay when you get back. Yeah, we went a little early today because it's TGIF. And I just decided that let's just get in here early. She uses a car as a mobile wheelchair to show her eating. It's pretty much a mobile wheelchair at this point. It pretty much is a mobile wheelchair with a roof for her to get to every takeout. You're welcome, guys. You'll replay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I hope everyone has a wonderful Friday evening. I really do appreciate you all being here. I hope you did find anything that we did discuss and talk about today of interest and useful. If you did, I would so appreciate if you hit the likes and leave a comment. I appreciate all my moderators today. We got Miss Bellatalia here in the chat, Miss Rosebud. We have Miss Pat Ray, of course. We've got Angel of Glass, I know was up here. Miss Brooke was here. I got to try to find all my mods so I can flash you guys up. Make sure we give them a thanks, guys. Brooke, why am I not finding you? I know you were here earlier, girl. We had Brooke in the house, though. Here she is. Here she is. Miss Brooke's in the house right here. And then we had Miss Angel of Glass. I know she popped in earlier. She's probably rolling around because I know that Pulpy went live. There's a bunch of much bigger Chantel creators that are out there at the moment. So here she is, Miss Angel of Glass. So just make sure that you thank all our lovely moderators for just being awesome and keeping the chat going. And I just love seeing all you guys here. I want to thank all the people who did the chats with me today for the fan funding. I really do appreciate it, Mrs. Muerta. You've been so kind and so generous today. Thank you so much. And Raven Lunatic as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. It actually means so much to me. You do not know how much it does mean. I never want to seem like I'm not appreciative, because I certainly am. I love doing this more than anything. I hope I show that I enjoy it with you guys and hope to bring interesting content. I don't think that, our discussions and watching videos around narcissism and doing these things, I think adds a whole, and some of the conversations and panelists and all sorts of people we have give an opportunity to add an extra layer, maybe, to just a reaction. Because it's very easy for me to sit there and, say the word diabetes 6 times, especially as a registered nurse, but that's not really going to help anybody at the end of the day. So I like to get a little deeper sometimes into this. And so we'll just see what she's been up to. That was a very lackluster live. And I think a part of it was because her chat is just not excited to see her. I think she thinks she's going to come in and just people will throw her money, get her memberships. And I think her audience is getting a little bit tapped down on it. And that's going to affect her income at the end of the day. Because I think she did, rely on having that monetization with the memberships, with the supers and stuff. And her audience has let her know that if she needs better quality content to justify the memberships, she's not giving them anything interesting. She doesn't do member only streams. She doesn't do anything. She didn't even take them out on a little walk, just them with the members walking around the countryside, just chatting with her. So many things that she could do if she wanted to. I know that some people don't want to do that. That's, but her audience is built on that community. And so she's not delivering to them. I don't think she really cares at this time. But I think we're going to be ready to get her. She's going to be in flight to Kuwait very soon. Probably in the next couple of days. I guess the paycheck's going to come in. She's probably already looking at ticket prices and planning her ticket home to Kuwait. So I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, her audience is getting real bored. Yep, I think so. Or she's just going to cycle. I don't know. I know that a lot of reaction channels are excited to go with her that way. I just look at this for health topics because I can see her health is declining. I think a lot of us can. And that she's just really, and her audience can see it too. I think her audience can see her energy and her time in Canada is not even I think is even interesting. Not that her content was great, but at least she used to do silly films with Pete. I mean, I don't like any of these people, but there was at least a modicum of effort, She doesn't do anything. She's way more interested, I promise you, in getting into my comment sections and Kalari's comment sections or other reaction channels comment sections and writing in our comments and stuff, because that's probably about all she's got the energy for. She don't have the energy to walk around and do anything. I've just finished streaming now. I'm probably going to go off and walk my dog for 30, 40 minutes. Chantel could never do that. It's a shame too. It's a shame. Got to take care of your health, guys. I promise you, it catches up with you fast. Those sort of wanton ways in your 20s, it'll catch up with you fast. It really will. So you've got to make sure that you're taking better care than you realize. You can, be flippant about it, but it will catch up with you at the end of the day. And so I always say, prevention is better than cure. Yeah, it's getting repetitive with Foodie. Yeah, it is. And so I'm going to try to bring in some more glitters again. Oh, I've got a copyright. I got to make sure I take out the copyright music with Alexandra Rodriguez, because I know, so I might be doing her tomorrow morning. I just need to look at the time when her music comes on so I don't get copyright struck on the music. So, because I think her and her pregnancy journey is quite interesting. Because obviously, I'm always looking for somebody who's talking a little bit about their health, uh, and being able to have those conversations in order to educate people about health. And a lot of the folks in our chat here are healthcare workers and healthcare professionals who can support along with that. So just to get good information out there, because there's so much, got Chantel out here trying to tell people she's a food planner and she's got her game down and this, that, and the other. And she don't have any of it. She don't have any of it. She sure does. All right, guys. My voice is sounding scratchy, and I've certainly stolen a lot of everyone's time today. So I know we've all got to get our houses clean. At least I do. I got to get this puppy over here walked. So I'm going to look to see who got interesting for tomorrow, because it will not be Foodie. I refuse to do her tomorrow. I've done enough of her this week. I'm almost looking forward to her flying somewhere. Oh, yeah, we're going to get Glitter's Madness. Yeah, because Glitter's in a clapback short. So I want to look at that. And then Alexandra Rodriguez, I'm actually very interested, but I know a lot of people don't react because she always has like copyright music. So you got to get rid of the music first. But we had a really good response to that live last Saturday with doing Glitters and Alexandra. Like, I had a lot of people come through on that live. So I really had fun with it too, looking at different people and learning about Alexandra Rodriguez and all her troublesome stuff. Because none of these people, I promise you. And I still want to one day do Abby Sharp, that registered dietitian, because I really want to talk about some of the problematic things that happen with that too. About, people that are trying to teach nutrition and then turn around and sell a supplement, and how, because money is tempting to people, and people may, decide that, the money looks good. So whatever I said over here, well, now I'm over here because now I've got money. So how about freely? I've never thought about freely. They look pretty problematic though. That'd be interesting, crab apples. Maybe we'll give it a try. And if we get a good response, we'll take a look. Let me find out a little bit about them, because some of these folks are like Naked and Laughing. I can't touch. She's in Virginia. I'm not going there. I'm not going to home. Alexander has so many answers. Yes. I feel a bit bad for bringing up nasty details of her life outside of medicines. That's okay, Pat Ray. I mean, in some ways we have to know, that's kind of part of it, is that these people aren't necessarily perfect, but maybe but we definitely need to keep looking at. Yeah, Abby Sharp, she's wild. I really feel like I want to do Abby Sharp. Dr. John Campbell, that's an interesting one too. That is a very fascinating, because I've actually looked at a lot with Dr. John Campbell, and I always like some of them. I just like I like a lot of them, and then they'll say something else. I'm like, oh my God, why do you say that? Like, you sounded like you were making sense, and now you've gone down that wild road, which could really, for people who aren't discerning, could really cause harm to people, and better than that. But the money, yeah, it's always the money, Catherine. Absolutely. The money at Crab Apples. I'm gonna have to look at who this Freely is. I know she used to be like the banana girl or something wild, where she had a very restrictive diet. Wildness. There's some girl who's supposedly blowing up on social media because she lip synced well. Everyone thought she was pretty. It's just how the world goes. But yeah, it's the money. The money got to him too. I know. Because I used to really, the China study and all of that. It was so good. And then I was starting to feel like he was getting down the conspiracy ladder. The PhD in neurosurgery, whoever thinks is an MD. Yeah. Yeah. He was a nurse educator too. I know. Well, see, that's where I have to go and look through stuff and make sure, because I don't think like the nice Dr. Carter is going to copyright strike me today. We'll find out. Usually the medical things I don't tend to get, especially ones with like people trying to teach things, because it's usually education, fair use. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I'm careful who I subscribe to as well. You know, I know what you know. I want to support all types of channels, but I am always very cautious when it comes to people that I think have a lot of influence and who can mislead people when when you know better, you know, you know better. Yeah, exactly. He seemed good next week. He was right, right. And I was like, yeah, no, Dr. Carter loves spreading information. Right. I don't think he's going to take action. Absolutely. And I've never had any issues with like Sirius Radio playing anything from their doctor's radio show. Like, I've never had an issue with that. So I'm always happy to bring up stuff from Sirius Radio because I've never been copyright struck for anything through them. Because again, they're doctors coming from Lagoon Health, and I don't think that they would even strike me for that. And I've always put I've always had them included in my description. So I always make sure to cite and thank whoever I use. So yeah, I know it's wild. It really is wild. Oh my goodness, I know. All right, guys. Well, I certainly appreciate you all for being here today. You guys go enjoy your Friday. And mods, if you are able to join me tomorrow, we love you to do so. You don't have to. You know how I am. It's always just, because I can't pay you guys and that makes me embarrassed. So I'm gonna figure out how I can thank everybody who's my moderators, because I'm always like, oh, because I'm not like Chantel at all. I'm very opposite. I can't ever tell people how grateful I am at all times. I'm so always appreciative and grateful and stuff. That's of anything and everything I always get. So yeah, thank you guys. No, thank you. You guys have helped me build a community, and I feel like our live was much more exciting than Chantel's today. All right, guys. We are going to finish it. We appreciate you, Bellatalia. We appreciate you. All right, guys. Let me get out of here. Let me see what wild comments I'm going to get about my strange accent and all the weird comments I get. That will keep me amused for the rest of the day. All right, guys. If you did like this type of content, do subscribe. Do hit the likes. Leave me a comment. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.